Ahoya! Ahoya! Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. My name is Pearl the Otter, and I am your Sea Otter Sea Captain VTuber. Hello, everybody. Hello, Afro Square. Hi, Al. Ahoya, Udu. Hello, Housemaster.
Ahoy!
Thank you so much. Also, ahoy! Um, think thought, bing, bing, bang, bing, bong. Yeah, I gotta wear glasses. It's so I can seem smart while I read. Anyway, yeah, today we are going to be reading more of Pride and Prejudice, Jane Austen's book. And I will be reading it with a 3DO, so we will have nice, comfy, cozy time. Yep, it's another book. It's Pride and Prejudice. So that's what today's ASMR is gonna be. It's gonna be a lot of page turning, like book scratching, and just generally just me like kind of soft speaking, reading aloud to you. I hope that you guys like it. It will be in a bit of an accent. Of course, I'll be doing a bit of an English accent. This is an English book. Makes no sense, you know. Different kinds of English accents. We'd even have, oh dear me, Mr. Bennet. Yes, we are doing ASMR. Artifact. Here comes an artifact. I hope that you'll like it. So, some of you might know, but some of you may not know, that the smooth-coated otter is one of the few otters that are able to have multiple pups in one go. Sea otters only are supposed to have one, but smooth-coated otters as well as giant otters can actually have multiple litter. Artifact. That was your artifact. I hope that you liked it. But before we get too far into doing everything, yes, I'm looking very smart. I'm saying I'm very spiffy with my glasses. It's to trick all of you to thinking that I am an intellectual. Yes, I'm quite smart for not. It's like, you know that TikTok where it's like the lady is responding to the guy and the guy's like, where does this go? That's right, in the circle hole. And she's like, in the circle hole. And then he's like, what about this one? This triangle one. And she's sitting there being like, in the triangle hole? And he goes, that's right, in the circle hole. And he like puts it back and she's like, what? No, it goes in the triangle hole. Yeah, I've seen the Redemption sequel where it's like, that's right, the triangle hole. And she's like, the triangle hole. Thank you. It's the triangle hole. I love it. It's such a good TikTok. It gives me life. Also, ahoy, kind mango. Ahoy. The artifact. They like to photobomb VTubers into making cutest photos. To be fair, they asked me to come over. I wasn't photobombing them. They asked me to come over, and I was a little too fast. I got a little too excited. I was like, pictures! Just like, over to there. But yes, before we get to doing more cozy, comfy ASMR time, I do have to welcome aboard everybody who came for the last time that we were at port. Yeah, I wasn't too fast. They're too slow. Oh God, now I've got that like Sonic, I'm waiting. Also, hello, Mary Colossus. Ahoyo. But, time for tummy pat drum. Welcome aboard, Tovarich Belair, Export T, and Monty the Serpent, and Hayo Kin to the SS Untitled Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Not my fault if I got a bad knee. What do you mean you got a bad knee? Is it because you're falling for me? Don't do that. It's not very, far from the ground. Did you just play the bongo vice? No, that's my tummy. This is my tummy. That's my tummy. Tum tum. Too much squat. I'm not playing my thighs. I played my tum tum. That's significantly better is to play tum tum as the tum tum is thicker. It's got a little, chop chop. Okay, but please give me a moment as I have to swap some things over to the ASMR screen to get the 3DO set up. So please give me just a moment. Yeah, it's the Tanuki drum. Tanuki tum tum drum. Okay. And we are turning off the Spotify because we have the ASMR. Hey you, where's your license for being that cute? Okay, Bunny, I'm just gonna let you know that here's my license and it says I do what I want. There it is, there's the license. Here you go. It says fuck you, I do what I want. ASMR. Yes, ASMR. How's the sound, by the way? Is it good? Is everything good? I want to make sure that it's not too loud. Oh, my bad. Here you go. Here's my license. You can still stay, though. Only because I say so. How about that? You can stay. You can stay right here. Plop, plop. Damn, that's a rude license. Yeah, because I had to go to the DMV to get it. And they were like, okay, here's all the cuties. Cutie line goes into line C. And then they had to divide you up by how cute, how much cuteness you were allowed to do in a year. Come on, think about it. It's a very long line since VTubers started. The cutie line is now very full. She let us in. Now we will never leave. That's true. I did let you in. So let's see. Where were we? You will pay rent, fair deal. You know what? Look, I can put up a lot of stuff if you're willing to pay rent. Let's see. That's sensibility. I live rent-free. Ah, yes. Like my paralysis demons in my brain. Thanks, Merlin. Thanks, Dantes. You live there free. What happens to someone on the ship when you ban them? They go to a different brig. They go to solitary confinement. Where, they're allowed to sit there and enjoy, but they can't say shit. It's only because I keep the basement rats company. Hey, you know what? Those rats need company. They need somebody to talk to them. They get sad and lonely. Alright, here we go. Ooh. Now I remember. Okay, the last time that we were, did you just call your paralysis demons Alan? No, my paralysis demons are Merlin. Merlin, Merlin from Fake Go. And also Dantes. Otherwise known as the Count of Monte Cristo. Yeah, he is also a paralysis demon. Okay, so gotta go change my real name for Merlin. I will look. Everybody's like, everybody gotta go change to Merlin. She'll simp. She will. It's terrible. But pretty much last time that we were reading, we had met Mr. Darcy and of course Mr. Bingley.
at the ball because Mr. Bingley had come to move into the recent house, the recent mansion of the land, and was really, really interested in Elizabeth's sister. And so far, we've had Mr. Darcy snub our Elizabeth not once, but twice. Twice. And it seems that now he's caught a bit of feeling because she does not throw herself at him and instead has a lot of quick wit and a lot more sass that he's used to from, all the other well-bred girls that he associates with. So, they have come back and there has been an invitation to Elizabeth's sister, her eldest sister, to come to see Mr. Bingley and his sisters, and she has been sent off with basically a horse because, one, the carriages were too busy doing things that they needed to do on the land, and two, because Mrs. Bennet, Elizabeth's mom, was having kind of a conniving plan as that it would rain soon, and they would never leave her with just a horse in the rain. So instead, they must keep her there so that she can get closer to Mr. Bingley, so that they can be wed eventually. They're playing matchmaker, essentially, with like 4D chess mentally. And Mr. Darcy is an understanding that Miss Bennet, Elizabeth and Jane's mother, is a very shrewd woman. She's a very conniving lady. She wants to get all her kids married. And she wants to be like, oh yes, I have them such lovely matches, and then I will never have to worry about anything for their happiness nor for their purses, because that's what you did back in the day. You got married for money, not for love. But Elizabeth has a different idea, for she shall not marry for money. She shall not marry for status. She only wants to marry someone who is, well, essentially her equal in, in wit, in humor, in basically becoming a partner. And Jane is oh so smitten with Mr. Bingley, who could just charm the hooves of a horse. Could absolutely. So, we are returning here to essentially Elizabeth getting a letter from Jane. And we will start about half page back. Here we go. Here we have basically Mr. Darcy talking essentially previously to a lord of the house that they are visiting. It is part of a small party, essentially, is where he ends up being after the letter, as she did not wish to beg for a partner. And so we're starting in chapter 7 right after that. Oh, welcome aboard a flak nugget to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. Okay, there we go. All right. Chapter 7. Mr. Bennet's property consisted almost entirely of an estate of 2,000 a year, which, unfortunately for his daughters, was entitled in default to the heirs male on a distant relation, and their mother's fortune, though ample for her situation in life, could still but ill supply the deficiency of his. Her father had been an attorney in Merton, and had left her £4,000. She had a sister to a Mr. Phillips, who had been a clerk to their father and succeeded him in the business, and a brother settled in London in a respectable line of trade. The village of Longbourn was only 1 mile from Merton, a most convenient distance for the young ladies, who were usually tempered thither 3 or 4 times a week, to pay their duty to their aunt and to the miller's shop just over the way. The 2 youngest of the family, Catherine and Lydia, were particularly frequent in these attentions. Their minds were more vacant than their other sisters, and when nothing better to do, their offer to walk to Merton was a necessity to amuse their morning hours, and furnish conversation for the evening. And however bare of the news of the country in general might be, there was always contrived to learn something from their aunt. At present, indeed, they were well supplied both with news and happiness by the recent arrival of a militia regiment in the neighborhood. It was to remain the whole winter, and Merton was to be the headquarters. I swear the other noises are this. They're very good noises. I like them a lot. That's why I made them so cheap, so you guys could just be like, Pearl, make the noise, Pearl. There you go. Their visits to Mrs. Phillips were now productive for the most intriguing intelligence. Each day added something to their knowledge of the officers' names and connections. Their lodgings were no longer a secret, and at length they began to know the officers themselves. Mr. Phillips visited them all, and opened his nieces to the store of felicity unknown before. They could talk of nothing but officers and Mr. Bingley's large fortune, a mention of which gave animation to their mother, and a worthless in their eyes when opposed to the regiments of an ensign. Goodness. These are very difficult words. So essentially, the 2 youngest sisters, Catherine and Lydia, are going out, and they are venturing to their aunt to go see Merton, which is the next kind of biggest city, because they are in sort of a small town, essentially, where those who are of middling class or of the lower gentry reside. And they would go to Merton, and they would go and talk amongst these craft people to find out that there are militia being settled in Merton for all of the winter. Now, this is very interesting, as these are 2 youngish girls, around 14, seeing these strapping young soldier men being paraded around and doing their, essentially their training for the crown. And being a queen soldier in that time was actually a very good profession. Now, it's not so much that it would be enough for gentry work, or essentially, just sitting back and doing nothing and letting your land produce stuff for you because you were essentially a landlord. But it would be enough for any of these girls to be happy enough to marry into one. So this is very bubbly for the lower 2 girls, the younger 2 girls, because they hope to learn more of the men in the militia, where they are, where they're from, that sort of idea, to maybe, grab one as a husband. But also just because they're not very smart girls, and they're, as Mr. Bennet liked to say, very vacant of the head. They're here for giggling and silliness, as they are the silliest girls in all the country. So that's essentially what they're doing, is they're getting gossip and intel from their aunt and meeting the men in the militia in town while they're flittering about, and maybe perhaps being like, woohoo, come here, wink 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 wink. um so essentially that's what they're talking about. After listening one morning to their effusions on the subject, Mr. Bennet coolly observed, "From all that I can collect by your manner of talking, you two must be the silliest girls in the country. I have suspected in some time, but I am now convinced." Catherine was disconcerted and made no answer, but Lydia, with perfect indifference, continued to express her admiration of Captain Carter, and let her hope of seeing him in the course of the day, as he was going on to next morning to London. "I'm astonished to say, my dear," said Miss Bennet, "that you should be so ready to think your own children silly. If I wish to think slightly of anybody else's children, it should not be of my own, however. If the children are silly, I must hope they must always be sensible of it." "Yes, but as it happens, they are all of them very clever." "This is the only point I flatter myself on, at which we do not agree. I had hoped that our sentiments coincided in this very peculiar, but I must far defer you as to think our two youngest daughters might be uncommonly foolish." "Oh, my dear Mr. Bennet, you must not expect such girls to have the sense of their father and their mother. When they get to our age, I dare say they will not think of us as any more than we do. I remember the time that I liked a red coat myself, 5,000 or 6,000 a year. Indeed, I still do admire heart of a smart young colonel. Should I want one of my girls, I shall not say nay to him, and I thought that Colonel Foster looked very becoming the other night at Sir William's in his regimentals." Hello, hello, Ghostwriter. Welcome, welcome. We are reading Pride and Prejudice, and I am doing like a little bit of accent work, and there is some page flipping and little scritchy scratchy. And if people are good, might even get that oh yeah, that tappy. It's good tappy. "Mamma," cried Lydia, "my aunt always says that Colonel Foster and Captain Carter do not go so often to Miss Watson's as they once did when they first came. She sees them very often standing in Clark's library." Mrs. Bennet was prevented from replying by the entrance of the footman with a note for Mrs. Bennet. It came from Netherfield, and the servant waited for an answer. Mrs. Bennet's eyes sparkled with pleasure. She had eagerly calling out while her daughter read. "Well, Jane, who is it from? What is it about? What does it say? Well, Jane, make haste. Tell us, make haste, my love." "It is from Mr. Bingley," said Jane, and then read it aloud. "My dear friend, you are not so compassionate to dine with me and Louisa today, we shall be in danger of hating each other for the rest of our lives. For you see, today's tete-a-tete between two women can never end without a quarrel. Come as soon as you can on the receipt of this. My brother and the gentleman are to dine with the officers. Ever yours, Caroline Bingley." "With the officers!" cried Lydia. "I wonder why my aunt did not tell us of that." "Oh, dining out," said Miss Bennet. "That's very unlucky." "Can I have her carriage?" said Jane. "No, my dear, you better go on horseback, because it seems likely to rain, and then you must stay the night." "That would be good scheme," said Elizabeth, "if you were sure that they would not offer to send her home." "Oh, but a gentleman will have Mr. Bingley chased to go to Merton, and the Hursts have no horses to theirs." "I'd much rather go in a coach." "But, my dear, your father cannot spare the horses, I'm sure. They are wanted in the farm, Mr. Bennet, are they not?"
They are wanted in the farm much oftener than I can get them.
But if you got them today, said Elizabeth, my mother's purpose will have been answered. She did at last extort from her father the acknowledgment that the horses were engaged. Jane was therefore obliged to go on horseback, and her mother attended her to the door with many a cheerful prognosis of a bad day. Her hopes were answered. Jane had not been gone long before it rained hard. Her sisters were uneasy for her, but her mother was delighted. The rain continued the whole evening without intermission. Jane certainly could not come back. This was a lucky idea of mine indeed, said Mrs. Bennet. More than once, if the taking credit, making it rain were all on her own. To the next morning, however, she was none aware at all of the felicity of her contrivance. Breakfast was scarcely over when a servant from Netherfield brought over the following note for Elizabeth. My dearest Lizzie, I find myself very unwell this morning, which I suppose is to be imputed for my getting wet all throughout yesterday. My kind friends will not hear of my returning until I am better. They insist also upon my seeing Mr. Jones. Therefore, do not be alarmed if you should hear of his having been seen to me. And excepting a sore throat and headache, there's not much the matter with me. Yours, etc.
Well, my dear, said Mrs. Bennet, when Elizabeth had read the note aloud, if our daughter would have a dangerous fit of illness, if she should die— Oh, this is Mr. Bennet. I'm sorry. Well, my dear, said Mr. Bennet, when Elizabeth had read the note aloud, if our daughter should have but a dangerous fit of illness, if she should die, it would be in the comfort to know there was on the pursuit of Mr. Bingley and under your orders.
Oh, I'm not afraid of her dying. People do not die of little trifling colds. She will be taken good care of, and as long as she stays there, it is all very well. I will go and see her if I could have the carriage.
Elizabeth, feeling rather anxious, was determined to go to her, though the carriage was not to be had, and she was no horsewoman. Walking was her only alternative. She declared her resolution.
How can you be so silly, cried her mother, as to think of such things in all this dirt? You will not be fit to see when you get there.
I shall be very fit to see Jane, which is all that I want, said Elizabeth.
Is this a hint to me?
This is a hint to me, Lizzie, said to her father, to send for the horses.
No, indeed, I do not wish to avoid the walk. The distance is nothing when one has a motive. Only 3 miles, and I shall be back by dinner.
I admire the activity of your benevolence,
observed. Oh, that's Mary. I admire the activity of your benevolence, observed Mary, but the impulse of feeling should be guided by the reason, and in my opinion, exertion should always be in proportion to what is required. We will go as far as Merton with you, said Catherine and Lydia. Elizabeth accepted their company, and 3 young ladies set off together. If we make haste, said Lydia, as they walked along, perhaps we will see something of Captain Carter before he goes. Welcome, welcome aboard, Velvet Milkman, to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. In Merton they parted. 2 youngest repaired to the lodgings of one of the officers' wives, and Elizabeth continued her walk alone, crossing field after field at a quick pace, jumping over stiles and springing over puddles with an impatient activity, and finding herself at last within the view of the house, with weary ankles, dirty stockings, and a face glowing with the warmth of exercise. She was shown into the breakfast parlour, where all but Jane would be assembled, and where her appearance created quite a deal of surprise. That she would have walked 3 miles so early in the day in such dirty weather and by herself was almost incredible to Mrs. Hurst and to Mrs. Bingley. And Elizabeth was convinced they had held her in contempt for it. She was received, however, very politely by them. In their brother's manners there was something better than politeness. There was good humour and kindness. Mr. Darcy said very little, and Mr. Hurst nothing at all. The former was divided between the admiration and brilliancy which exercise had given to her complexion, and doubt as to the occasions justifying her coming so far alone. The latter was thinking only of his breakfast. Welcome, welcome aboard, Zaki and Nexel. Nozaki and Nexel. Welcome, welcome. The SS Otterworthy Traveler. Please enjoy vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Today we are reading Pride and Prejudice. I'm kind of just going over it. I'm reading the text and maybe explaining some of the more difficult chapters to follow. And we've got some page turning, some little scratches, and occasionally some good taps. Like that. So, essentially what had happened in this is that Jane had sent a letter telling people, I'm sick, please do not worry about me, that the doctor that you will hear through the grapevine is coming to see me, and that I am mostly okay, just a little headache, maybe a light fever, so please do not be alarmed. And basically telling her family that she'll be staying for a couple more days at the behest of Mr. Bingley and his sister and their friends. So Elizabeth goes, well, I would like to see her. And once again, she asks her father, is the carriage available? Is there any horses available? No. And she is not a horsewoman. She is not someone who can ride very well. So she takes it upon herself to go walk all the way over to where Jane is. Quite literally on the way to Merton and a little bit farther. So roughly about 3.5 miles. So it's ill proper for a lady, especially one of gentry status, to be unaccompanied to a large estate. So Mrs. Bennet was worried that by the time that she had walked the 3.5 miles to get to where Jane is at Mr. Bingley's residence at Netherfield, that she would be very unkempt, basically not presentable for somebody who makes a lot of money a year. But Elizabeth, not caring, only thinking of her sister and not about, presentation or any of the accoutrement going with courting and any of that, she takes her two sisters because they wish to go to Merton and walks with them. And once she is received at Netherfield, she said it was, a little weird that her attire definitely made a statement, but that it was not out of contempt, or that the sister and Mr. Bingley's friend were not speaking ill of her, but instead were polite, considering the fact that Mr. Bingley shone like the sun every time that he speaks to anyone, just becoming just ultimate friends in 5 minutes or less. I mean, after all, Mr. Darcy is his friend, and Mr. Darcy is not a social creature. So, her inquiries after her sister were not favorably answered. Mrs. Bennet had slept ill, and though she was up, was very feverish, and not well enough to leave her room. Elizabeth was glad to be taken to her immediately, and Jane, who had only been withheld by the fear of getting alarm or an inconvenience from expressing in her note how much she had longed for a visit, was delighted by her entrance. She was not equal, however, to much conversation, and when Mrs. Bingley left them together, could attempt a little besides expression of gratitude for the extraordinary kindness she was treated with. Elizabeth silently attended her. When breakfast was over, they were joined by their sisters, and Elizabeth began to like them herself, when she saw how much affection and solitude they showed for Jane. The
apothecary came, and having examined his patient, said, as he might have supposed, that she had caught a violent cold, and that they must endeavour to get the better of it. Advised her to return to bed, and promised her some draughts. The advice was followed readily, for the feverish symptoms increased, and her head acted acutely. Elizabeth did not quit her room for a moment, nor were the other ladies often absent. With the gentlemen being out, they had in fact nothing to do elsewhere. When the clock struck 3, Elizabeth felt that she must go, and very unwillingly said so. Mrs. Bingley offered her a carriage, and she only wanted little pressing to accept it. When Jane testified such concern in her parting with her, that Mrs. Bingley was obliged to convert the offer of the chaise into an invitation to remain at Netherfield. For the present, Elizabeth most thankfully consented, and the servant was dispatched to Longbourn to acquaint the family with her stay, bringing back a supply of clothes.
Welcome back. Welcome. Hello. General Gerald's gamer tag and Chuka One fan YT to the SSR Worthy Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. You know, something feels really ironic that you're doing a comic book read while I'm violently making people explode. Hey, you know what? Sometimes I like to play shooty bang bang while I've got like an audio book or something very nice, like just on in the background, so it's not too distracting from the game, but just enough that, you know, I don't feel lonely. Pearl, if you were in the story, who would you be your waifu slash husband handle? Okay, if I had to pick a waifu, I would probably pick Jane. Would be Jane or Elizabeth. And here's why. Jane is very sweet. She is quite literally the quintessential, what is considered a perfect woman of society's type. She is well-mannered, she is very talented, she is very beautiful. She is not as quick-witted as Elizabeth, but she is far more personable. Now, Elizabeth is a little bit more sassy, is a little bit more quick-witted, she's a little bit more willing to step outside of the box of what expectations are for her. She's willing to get dirty, make messes, make mistakes. She doesn't give a fuck about what anybody else thinks, essentially, so long as they're not just like bad-mouthing her to her face. She doesn't care. So, you know, Elizabeth is, if you very much liked pretty but also kind of tomboyish, I would say that that's a good one. For husbando, I would have to say that Mr. Darcy is quite good. I like him because even though he acts aloof, he acts like he doesn't care, is that he does, and that his actions versus his words are very different. I would definitely not want Mr. Hurst because he's an idiot and only thinks about food. But he's also like not very kind. He's just a fat old man who just does not give a fuck. He's just like, oh, this is not about me? Anyway, bye. What are you reading? I am reading Pearl. I'm reading Pride and Prejudice. I like himbos though. But here's the thing though. Himbo have to be him big, him dumb, him kind. That has to be all three. If you just get two, it's just a jock. If you just get one, they just stupid. You gotta have all three. Him big, him dumb, him kind. That's what makes a himbo. You must have all three. Pet with the PH. This guy is more or less like, he reminds me of the guy from, what is it, Resident Evil 8. The guy who's just like the merchant. He's just like a big dude who is entirely in it for himself. He's a very selfish man who gives very little fucks about anybody else. That is why I don't like him. He reminds me too much of that character of just like, money and food and all of this for me. Oh, I shall not allow anybody else to partake of such things. No, I will just sit here. To be fair, he helped Ethan in the end. Yeah, but you know, not 100% like, oh, I wanted to help you. No, it's more like, Anyway, so here's some things. Do you have Cohen? No? He might be a dude with man was king. Look, I didn't watch to the end. I only watched the beginning. I have not seen all of it. All I remember is that I didn't like him from the beginning because all he cared about was money. And I was like, no. Fuck that. Look, you get, for me, if you're gonna be like, you know, I needed some paper. I didn't play, but I watched the playthrough. Oh, that's not even a spoiler alert. But I've not seen all of it. I've only seen like a little bit of beginning from when Shondo started the playthrough. That's all I've seen of it. You love watching Resident Evil games, but you're too baby to play. It's okay. I am also too baby to play. I don't know. I might play a Resident Evil game. I mean, I'm gonna play 5 with Cher at some point, because it's co-op. But I do want to play Resident Evil game, but I do not want to play the one that's in down home Louisiana, because that one's a lot of bugs and it's gross. It's like really gross. I'm a horror survivor. Period. I like some horror games. I like watching them. I will finish the Nightmares at some point, because I can do it. I just might scream. Might squirm. Because I get spoopied. And then I get mad. Because I got spoopied. But yeah. No, I do not like Mr. Hurst. Okay. Chapter 8. At 5 o'clock, the two ladies retired to dress, and at 6:30, Elizabeth was summoned to dinner. To the civil inquiries which then poured in, and amongst which she had the pleasure of distinguishing the much superior solicitude of Mr. Bingley's, she could not have made a very favourable answer. Jane was by no means better. The sisters, on hearing this, repeated 3 or 4 times how much they were grieved, how shocking it was to have a bad cold, and how excessively they disliked being ill themselves. And then, thought no more of the matter, and their indifference towards Jane was not immediately before them restored Elizabeth to the enjoyment of all her former dislike. Oh, thank you, Sister Rose. Welcome aboard to the SS Untitled Chapter. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow, honey. Appreciate it. Okay, goodbye, kind Mangle. Goodbye. Mwah. Oh, also thank you for the Adawada. I do appreciate it. Okay. Oh, there it is. Loud noise. Crack. Adawada. Adada. 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 Okay. Thank you. There we go. So essentially, Elizabeth went to go visit Jane, and then finding out that Jane was significantly more ill than she had said in her letter. Elizabeth is finding that the sister of Mr. Bingley, Mrs. Bingley, and Mrs. Hurst were not so terrible, as it seemed that they cared quite a deal for Jane and her recovery and making sure to take care of her. But it was then, during the part of once the kerfuffle had gotten down, and they had invited Elizabeth to stay to take care of Jane, and once that they didn't have to take care of her, Elizabeth decided she didn't like them again, because they were just being, there was just like, oh, now this is a whole thing, and we are very upset because this is a whole thing, and so we're going to be very flippant about it. So, Elizabeth has returned to not liking the Duke girls once again. I like how Elizabeth's like, oh, they're terrible because they seem to, stick their nose up at everything. Like everybody else is so far beneath them, except for Jane, who is like unearthly beautiful. Is quite literally like a walking angel for how gorgeous she's supposed to be. And they're only willing to be friends with Jane, also because Mr. Bingley likes her quite a lot. And then Elizabeth goes, oh, well, at least they're taking care of Jane when she's sick and like all this bad stuff happens. She's like, I guess they're not so terrible, because Jane was like, oh, Lizzie, they're not that awful. As long as they are pleased, they are quite nice. But once they have their feathers ruffled, then perhaps they are a little hard to entertain. And then she has returned back to, oh, they stopped caring about whether or not that Jane was ill because now they don't have to take care of her now that I'm here. They're bitches. She's just returned to, them bitches. I don't like it. Which is very funny for me, as how many times that Elizabeth changes her mind. She's like, they're awful. They're good. They're awful. They're good. Though. It's like that moment in The Grinch where it's like, I am going, but I will be fashionably late. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. I am not going, and that is final. I am going. It reminds me of that quite a lot. About the back and forth with this. Their brother, indeed, was the only one out of the party she could regard with any complacency. His anxiety for Jane was evident, and his attentions to herself most pleasing, and they prevented their feeling herself so much as an intruder as she believed. She was considered by the others. She had very little notice from any but him. Miss Bingley was engrossed by Mr. Darcy, her sister scarcely less so, and for Mr. Hurst, by whom Elizabeth sat, was an indolent man who lived only to eat, drink, and play at cards, who, when he found her to prefer a plain dish to a rag-out, had nothing to say to her. When dinner was over, she had returned directly to Jane, and Miss Bingley began abusing her as soon as she was out of the room. Her manners were pronounced to be very bad indeed, a mixture of pride and impertinence. She had no conversation, no style, no beauty. Miss Hurst thought the same, and added, she has nothing, in short, to recommend her but being an excellent walker. I shall never forget her appearance this morning. She looked really almost wild. Oh, she did indeed, Louisa. I could hardly keep my countenance. Very nonsensical to come to all. Why must she be scampering around the country because her sister had a cold? Her hair so untidy, so blowsy. Yes, and a petticoat. I hope you saw her petticoat. 6 inches deep in mud. I'm absolutely certain the gown of which had been let down to hide, in not doing so, its office. Your picture may be very exact, Louisa, said Bingley, but this was all lost upon me. I thought Miss Bennet looked remarkably well when she came into the room this morning. Her dirty petticoat quite escaped my notice. You observed it, Mr. Darcy, I'm sure, said Miss Bingley, and I am inclined to think that you would not wish to see your sister make such an exhibition. Certainly not. To walk 3 miles, or 4 miles, or 5 miles, or whatever it is, above her ankles in dirt, and alone, quite alone. What could she mean by it? It seems to me to show an abominable sort of conceit and independence, a most county town indifference to decorum. Shows an affection for her sister that is very pleasing, said Bingley. And I am afraid, Mr. Darcy, observed Mrs. Bingley in a half-whisper, that this adventure has rather affected your admiration in her fine eyes. Not at all, he replied. They were brightened by the exercise. A short pause followed by his speech, and Mrs. Hurst began again. So, essentially, Jane has been invited to stay, to take care of her sister. Well, Elizabeth has been invited to take care of Jane because the girls don't want to take care of her anymore. and they are ragging on Elizabeth for, a lack of decorum. She went alone 3, 4, 5, however many miles to their abode to take care of her. And they were very offended that she was dirty and that her hair was everywhere and that her face was red from walking 5 miles. And they proceed to badmouth her the second she exits the room. Mr. Hurst found nothing to talk to her about because she did not care about the finer foods or cards or port, essentially. So he proceeded to just stop talking to her. And then the 2 girls are complaining that she has no conversational skills. How dare she be here in our house, in our presence, daring to ingrace herself upon us by taking care of her sister, even though we were the ones who asked her to stay, because then we wouldn't have to take care of her. Which is so very British. It's very British, being like, yes, I will ask you to stay, but then while you are here doing the thing that I want you to do, I'm going to complain about how you do it and how you look the entire time.
Hello, friendly potato man. Hello, hello.
We are reading Pride and Prejudice, and there is some tappies, there's some page turning, and of course just the general sound of me reading the book aloud. As we are currently on chapter 8, where Elizabeth has visited Netherfield and is taking care of a very sick Jane and being badmouthed by Mrs. Bingley and her friend Mrs. Hurst. However, Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy are basically being the only ones to speak to Mrs. Bennet well, saying that Mr. Bingley was very impressed by the length that she would go to visit her sick sister, and while Mr. Darcy refrains to comment on her appearance, he is trying to admonish the idea that he is definitely not into her, and she's definitely not into him. He's trying to admonish their sort of weird matchmaking, sort of gossip that's going on around this. Hello, hello, Blanca. Hello, hello. We are reading Pride and Prejudice today. All right.
I have an excessive regard for Mrs. Jane Bennet. She really is a very sweet girl, and I wish with all my heart that she was settled. But with such a father and a mother and such lowly connections, I'm afraid there's no chance of it. I think I have heard you say that her uncle is an attorney in Merton. Yes, and they have another who lives somewhere near Cheapside. That is capital, added her sister, and they both laughed heartily. If they had uncles enough to fill all of Cheapside, cried Bingley, it would not make them one less jot agreeable, but it must be very materially less than their chance of marrying a man of any consideration in the world. Darcy replied to his speech. Bingley made no answer, but his sisters gave it their hearty assent, and indulged their mirth for some time at the expense of their dear friend's vulgar relations. With renewal of tenderness, however, they returned to her room, leaving the dining parlour, and sat with her till summoned to coffee. She was still very poorly, and Elizabeth would not quit on her at all till late in the evening, when she had the comfort of seeing her sleep, and when it seemed that her rather right than pleasant that she would go downstairs herself. On entering the drawing-room, she found the whole party at hello, where she was immediately invited to join them, but suspecting them to be playing high, she declined it, and making her sister the excuse, said that she would soon amuse herself for a short time. She could stay below with a book. Mr. Hurst looked at her with astonishment. "Do you prefer to read to cards?" said he. "That is rather singular." "Miss Elizabeth Bennet," said Miss Bingley, "despises cards. She is a great reader, and has no pleasure in anything else." "I deserve neither such praise nor such censure," cried Elizabeth. "I am not that great a reader, and I have pleasure in many things." "In nursing your sister, I am sure you have great pleasure," said Bingley, "and I hope it will be soon increased by seeing her quite well." Elizabeth thanked him from her heart, and walked towards the table where a few books were lying. Her immediately offered to fetch her others as his library afforded.
You like my twin tails? Thank you, thank you. I like them too. I think you have the most odd voice of any VTuber I know. I have a large range, anywhere from very high, very up here, very cute, kawaii, oh, desu, to becoming very low, very deep. This is the voice that goes, "Your son calls me mommy too." Hi, ma'am. Get you a bitch that does both. Oh my goodness. Welcome aboard, Toka the Stubby Boy to the SS. Oh, it's Toka the Subby Boy. Toka the Subby Boy. Welcome to the SS Untitled Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. You know, it's really funny. I like your name. It's very apt for the conversation we were just having a few moments ago. Good job. Peak comedy moment. Thank you. We are currently reading Pride and Prejudice. There is a lot of page turning, sort of page scratching, and some tippity taps. There we go. While that's going on, okay, I gotta turn that down for myself a little bit. There we go. Where essentially, Elizabeth and company, the party of Mr. Darcy, Mr. Bingley, Mrs. Bingley, Mr. and Mrs. Hurst, are on the parlor during coffee time, or quite literally, it's the later towards the evening. It's past tea, where she is wanting to read because they are gambling in the parlor, and she wants really nothing to do with it. And they are making fun of her for being, oh, a country girl. Oh, she only wants to read. Oh, she is so morally high. Oh, how terrible. While she herself goes, well, I'm not that great, essentially, in being that I take pleasure in many things, meaning that books are not her only life. Oh, goodness. Talon, thank you so much for the 10 babbles. I appreciate it. Thank you. So that's what's going on currently. As the two women, Mrs. Bingley and Mrs. Hurst, are essentially cackling about the fact that she's low-born, that she might be in the gentry, but barely so. She is in a lower gentry. And they go, oh, well, Jane is so beautiful and so lovely, but all of her relations are poor. They're all lower gentry. They're not high gentry like ourselves, next to a count or a duchess or a marquise or, someone of a noble title. Like how much they looked down upon her about it. They were like, oh, yes, we'll make fun of her and her lowly relations, but oh, she is a lovely girl. To which Mr. Bingley is the one who says, it doesn't matter where she's from. She could be related to all of Cheapside, but it doesn't make her any less beautiful, doesn't make her any less, very agreeable. It doesn't lower how he feels about her, quite essentially. Hello, Lucas. Hello, hello. Well, okay.
And I wish my collection were larger for your benefit and for my own credit. But I am an idle fellow, and though I do not have many, I have more than I have ever looked into. Elizabeth assured him that she could suit herself perfectly with those that were in the room. I am astonished, said Miss Bingley, that my father should have left a small collection of books. What a delightful library you have in Pemberley, Mr. Darcy. It ought to be good, he replied. It's been the work of many a generation. And then you have added so much to it yourself. You're always buying books. I cannot comprehend the neglect of a family library in days such as these. Neglect? I'm sure you neglect nothing, and that could add to the beauties of a noble place. Charles, when you build your house, I wish mine to be half as delightful as Pemberley.
I wish it may.
Oh, thank you so much, Kimo Dog. Welcome aboard to the SS Untitled Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. We are currently reading Pride and Prejudice, Jane Austen's work. There is some occasional page turning, page scratching, and occasionally some good taps. As we read the book. Enjoy your lurk, Lucas. Enjoy your lurk.
I wish it may. But I really advise you to move and make your purchase in the neighbourhood, and take Pemberley for a kind of model. There's not a finer country in England than Derbyshire. With all my heart I will buy Pemberley itself if Darcy will sell it. I'm taking possibilities, Charles. Upon my word, Caroline, I wish to think you more possible to get Pemberley by purchase than by imitation. Elizabeth was much caught with what passed as to leave her very little attention for her book, and soon laying it wholly aside. She drew near the card table and stationed herself between Mr. Bingley and his eldest sister to observe the game. Is Miss Darcy much grown since the spring? Said Miss Bingley. Will she be as tall as I am? I think she will. She is now about Miss Elizabeth Bennet's height, or rather taller. How I long to see her again. I have never met anybody who has delighted me so much as a countenance, such manners, and extremely accomplished for her age. Her performance on the pianoforte is exquisite. It's amazing to me, said Bingley, how young ladies can have patience to be so very accomplished as they all are. All young ladies are accomplished, my dear Charles. What do you mean? Yes, all of them, I think. They all paint tables, cover screens, net purses. I scarcely know anyone can not do all this, and I'm sure I've never heard of a young lady spoken for the first time without being informed that she was very accomplished. Your list of common extent of accomplishments. Your list of the common extent of accomplishments, said Darcy, has too much netting a purse or covering a screen, but I am very far from agreeing with you in your estimation of ladies in general. I cannot boast of knowing more than half a dozen in a whole range of my acquaintance that are really accomplished. Nor I am sure, said Miss Bingley. Then, observed Elizabeth, you must comprehend a great deal of your idea of an accomplished woman. Yes, I do comprehend a great deal in it.
Hello, fat boy. Hello, Mr. Pokélopes. Lovely to see you guys. We are reading Pride and Prejudice today. And so there's page scratching, page flipping, and the occasional good taps. Them good taps. There we go. We are currently on chapter 8 of
Pride and Prejudice, where Elizabeth is having a social evening with Mr. Bingley, Mrs. Bingley, Mr. Hurst, Mrs. Hurst, and Mr. Darcy. Hello, hello. Currently we are doing some ASMR. Undead King. We are reading Pride and Prejudice. There are some taps, there are some pages being flipped, and the occasional page scratches while I read. We are on chapter 8. And currently, Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy are basically in a head-to-head of what is an accomplished woman. Mr. Bingley says, oh, every woman I've ever met is, started off by, oh, she's very accomplished, she screens, she paints, she knits, she sews, she does all this, plus also plays piano, because that was very normal in the day to be very versed in a lot of different artistic idolries. To which Mr. Darcy tells his friend Mr. Bingley that he does not agree, as these are not accomplishments, these are simply things that women do, and that he himself only knows of 6 accomplished women in all of his acquaintances that he has had for them. To which, of course, Elizabeth replies with, well, if your standard for an accomplished woman is so high, that means you must have thought about this quite a lot and quite regularly. Her being like, what is your idea of an accomplished woman? Because she herself has her own ideas of what women are accomplished, quote unquote, for.
Oh, certainly, cried his faithful assistant. No one can be really esteemed accomplished who does not greatly surpass that is what is usually met with. One must have thorough knowledge of music, singing, drawing, dancing, the modern languages, to deserve the world. And besides all this, she must possess a certain something in her air of manner of walking, or the tone of her voice, her address, her expression, or the world will be but half deserved. All this she must possess, added Darcy, and to all this she must yet add something more substantial, in the improvement of her mind by extensive reading. I am no longer surprised that knowing of only 6 accomplished women, I rather wonder your knowing of any. Are you so severe upon your own sex as to doubt the possibility of all this?
I never saw such a woman. I never saw such a capacity, a taste, an applicant for elegance as you describe. Untied. Mrs. Hurst and Mrs. Bingley both cried out against the injustice of her implied doubt, and were both protesting that they knew many women who answered this description, when Mr. Hurst called them to order with bitter complaints of their inattention to what was going on forward. As the conversation was thereby at an end, Elizabeth soon afterwards left the room. Elizabeth Bennet, said Mrs. Bingley, when the door was closed on her, is one of those young ladies who seek to recommend themselves to the other sex by undervaluing their own, and with many men, I dare say, it succeeds, but in my opinion it's a paltry device and a very mean art.
Undoubtedly, replied Darcy, to whom this remark was chiefly addressed. There is a meanness in all the arts which ladies sometimes condescend to employ for the captivation. Whatever bears affinity to the cunning is despicable.
Miss Bingley was not entirely satisfied with this reply as to continue the subject. Elizabeth joined them again, only to say that her sister was worse, and that she could not leave her. Bingley urged Mr. Jones being sent for immediately, while his sisters, convinced that no country advice could be of any service, recommended to the express to town for one of the most eminent physicians. This would not hear of, but she was not so unwilling to comply with her brother's proposal, and it was decidedly better
Bingley was quite uncomfortable. His sisters declared that they were miserable. They solaced their wretchedness, however, by duets after supper, while he could find no better relief to his feelings than by giving his housekeeper directions that every attention may be paid to the sixth lady and her sister. So, essentially, the two girls are offended that Elizabeth says that Mr. Darcy's qualities for what is a accomplished woman are far too high. Her being, I'm surprised that you know 6. I would not know any who would be so accomplished as to do all of these things, be a master of singing, dancing, the arts, modern language, on top of that being unearthly beautiful, unearthly graced, and, also bring an additional je ne sais quoi that is all on their own. Where the two girls are like, oh, but we know so many who would fit such a thing, and basically told her, you're jealous, you're mad.
Hello, Grunklam. Hello, hello. We are currently doing some ASMR. We are reading Pride and Prejudice. I am doing a very British voice for it. There are occasional page scratching, page flipping, and some good taps. And that's what we're doing today. We just got to chapter 9. Chapter 8 was basically just Elizabeth taking care of Jane, who has gotten very sick, and kind of dealing with Mrs. Bingley, Mr. Bingley, Mr. Darcy, Mr. and Mrs. Hurst. Also, thank you so much for the water. And so essentially, her dealing with these two very flippant women, and Mr. Darcy kind of half agreeing that, some women are so angry as to the only way they can better themselves is by dragging all the other women down by saying, oh, they're not that great. I guess we got nipple time. Hello, Kimashi. Hello. We've got Pride and Prejudice today. So there's some book flipping, page scratching, and some good taps. There we go.
while we read. Currently on chapter 9. Elizabeth passed the chief of the night in her sister's room. In the morning had the pleasure of being able to send a tolerable answer to the inquiries which she had very early received from Mr. Bingley by a housemaid, and sometimes afterwards the two elegant ladies who waited on his sisters. In spite of this amendment, however, she requested to have a note sent to Longbourn, desiring her mother to come visit Jane, and from her own judgment of the situation, then it was immediately dispatched, and its contents as quickly complied with. Miss Bennet, accompanied her two youngest girls, reached Netherfield soon after the family breakfast. Had she found Jane in any apparent danger, Mrs. Bennet would have been very miserable, but being satisfied on seeing that her illness was not alarming, she had no wish for her recovering immediately, as her restoration of health would probably remove her from Netherfield. She would not listen, therefore, to her daughter's proposal of being carried home. Neither did the apothecary, who arrived about the same time, think it at all advisable. After sitting a little while with Jane, on Mrs. Bingley's appearance and invitation, the mother and three daughters all attended her in the breakfast parlour. Bingley met with them in the hopes that Mrs. Bennet had not found Miss Bennet worse than she had expected. Hello, hello. Lovely to see you again. It's nice to see you, chap. Currently, we are reading some Pride and Prejudice. So there's some page sketching, some page flipping, and every once in a while some of this. Oh, seems that there's a burr. Looks like we have a bit of an interruption. I'm gonna be honest. I thought that you were about to say, "Yeah, I got a PhD. PhD's nuts." That's what I thought you were about to say. What's my PhD in? If I had a PhD, it would be in marine cutie biology. By just, I exist. I am a marine cutie biology. But no, I do not have a PhD. I do not have a doctorate. Just quickly asking, anybody knows the way along to see how long I've been following? I have no idea. If there is a way. I mean, I could probably... Oh, goodness. Morty, thank you to giving a tier 1 sub to PhD's nuts. I hope Pearl has degree. I hope they enjoy the emotes. PhD's nuts. Ask and you shall receive. I love that you guys always give, really funny names, subs. I always think that's really funny. Thank you. Morty, thank you. Let's see if I can see how long you've been following. You have been following since May 2nd, 2021.
That is what that says for me when I click your name.
These PhD jokes so good. Pearl has a degree.
Pearl has a degree in marine cutie biology. There we go. It's an honorary degree for me being so cute. Though. Yeah, I do have a small person glasses. Look, I get +1 intelligence for wearing them. I'm big nerd with my nerd glasses. It's so I can read the small print better. So I can read my book. Look, I can read the book better. Read. Read. Hello, Suspicious Lantern. Hello, 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 hello.
I've been following since last week. Blame VV.
You know what? I will not blame Vivi. I will thank Vivi. It's much better. Because my sister does not get blame. She gets love. Me, aggressively, my face into her booba. That's why I'm the perfect height. Guys, you didn't think I'd think I'm big brain. I'm the perfect height. Face into Vivi booba. But also small enough to touch Nemo butt. And to touch Cassidy ass. There you go. I am the smartest person here. Let's give +1 intelligence, +2 charisma due to autograph behavioral trait of being too damn cute. And it's funny if I do this. I think the glasses make this better. What does PhD stand for? I should know this being in college. I don't know what the actual thing. I don't know what it stands for, but I know it's a honorary degree. What was it? Physical honorary degree? PhD?
Pretty huge dog.
Oh my god, L. I almost snorted its leg. Thanks to VV, you find. Thanks to the VVV, you find the pearl, and you find Nemo in the cast, and all the other good swimmers.
Pretty huge dumpling. Making you almost snort is my lifeblood.
Yeah, but I don't snort in a 3D microphone. It's so loud when that happens. Vivi's also to blame for I'm here. Well, kind of. It was also because mostly angry people ran during Baby's stream.
Look, I'll be honest, that was maybe one of the favorite things that I did. And she was just like, you know what, Pearl, you wanna come on? And I'm like, fuck it, bet, I'll be on. I'll angry rant for like 45 minutes about dumb shit. And she was like, oh, okay. I did not expect you to say yes, but I'm kind of game. Let's go. I told BB, I'm like, honey, if you ever see that I am in your chat and I am not doing anything and you just want to be like, hey, Pearl, come in so we can have a chat. Girl, I'll do it. Bet, I'll do it. I have nothing to do and no shame.
But you know what I do have to do here is read some more of this Pride and Prejudice. You want to get you a bitch that will pearl ride and die for you. I love the ride or die friendship that was like, yeah, I'll hide a body, whatever. Bitch, I love you. You ain't getting rid of me.
My anger shall know peace when I get my lunch.
Oh, what are you having for lunch? What you having for lunch? I have barbecue chicken and some veggies and a potato. That's what I had for lunch. My dinner will be breakfast for dinner. I'm gonna make some eggs and some sausage and a biscuit. I'm very excited for my din. Well, my din at like midnight. I have to eat at midnight, not after. I turn into a real bad gremlin.
Indeed I have, sir, was her answer. She's a great deal too ill to be moved, Mr. Jones says. We might not think of moving her. We must trespass a little longer on your kindness. Removed, cried Bingley. It must not be the thought of. My sister, I'm sure, will not hear of her removal. It may depend on it, madam, said Mrs. Bingley, with cold civility, that Miss Bennet will receive every possible attention while she remains with us. Mrs. Bennet was profuse in her acknowledgments. I am sure, she added, but if it was not the good of her friends, I do not know what would be. If it was not for the good of her friends, I do not know what would have become of her. For she is very ill indeed, and suffers a vast deal, though with the greatest patience in the world, which is always the way that with her, for she has without exception the sweetest temper I have ever met with. I have often tell my other girls they are nothing to her. You have a sweet room here, Mr. Bingley, and a charming prospect over the gravel walk. I do not know a place in the country that is its equal to Netherfield. You will not think of quitting it in a hurry, I hope, though you have but a short lease. Whatever I do is done in a hurry, replied Hugh, and therefore I should resolve to quit Netherland, and I should probably be off in 5 minutes. At present, however, I consider myself quite fixed here.
You're still thinking about some of us refined and cultured pale. Yes, this is me speaking in a very British accent. You know what's always a good lunch? Fried chicken. Fried chicken or fish and chips. I want fish and chips. Next time I go out, I want beer battered fish and chips. I want that. Me, no longer wanting breakfast for dinner. Instead, want fish and chips. Give me. Why is there not a fish place open at midnight? I want fish and chips now. Damn it. I made myself hungry. Me too. Now we're all hungry, and we're all hungry together. No fish and chips. Sad. Big sad. Where is it? There we go. I love how sometimes the buttons don't want to press right. Okay. Well, I will distract myself from my hungry tummy with more Pride and Prejudice. That is exactly what I should have supposed of you, said Elizabeth. You begin to comprehend me, do you? Cried he, turning towards her. Oh, yes, I understand you perfectly. I wish I might take this for a compliment, but to be so easily seen through as I am is pitiful. That, as it happens, it does not follow that deep, intricate character is more or less estimable than any one such as yours. Lizzie, cried her mother, remember who you are, and do not run into the wild manner that you have suffered to do so at home. I did not know before, continued Bingley immediately, that you were sturdier of character. It must be an amusing study. Yes, but the intricate characters are most amusing. They have at least that advantage. The country, said Darcy, can in general supply but few good subjects for one to study. In a country neighbourhood you move in a very confined and unvarying society. But people themselves alter so much more, and that is something new to be observed in them forever. Yes, indeed, cried Mrs. Bennet, offended by the manner of mentioning a country neighbourhood. I assure you there is quite so much of that going on in the country as any town. Everyone was surprised, and Darcy, after looking at her for a moment, turned silently away. Miss Bennet, who fancied she had gained a complete victory over him, continued in her triumph. I cannot see that London has any great advantage over the country. For my part, except for shops and public places, the country is a vast deal pleasanter. Is it not, Mr. Bingley? Bro, give me that bath time. You want a bath time? Well, you're gonna have to get the ear nummies if you want a bath time. What bookstore is this? It's Pride and Prejudice, done by Jane Austen. We also have Sense and Sensibility, Mansfield Park, Emma and Northanger Abbey, and Persuasion as well. It is actually the complete work of Jane Austen in one book. No wonder Ben is last name something. Ah, yes, and you should know Mr. Darcy as well. Mr. Darcy, Mr. Bingley, Mr. Bennet, Mrs. Bennet, and Mr. Hurst, and Mrs. Hurst. But yes, we are reading Pride and Prejudice, as it is one of my favorite stories. I think at some point we will read Sense and Sensibility, because it's actually my favorite one. The Pride and Prejudice is a very good number 2. And it's well known. Are these new glasses? These are glasses that somebody else made. I'm just using them as a free assistant. They're just very cute. They're Lolita-esque glasses. I like them. It's been a while since I read it, Pride and Prejudice. Yeah. It's a good story. A lot of it is very dialogue heavy and kind of understanding the times. A lot of it is just, damn, you know, if you two just sat in a room, if we just like locked you bitches in a room to have you guys like battle it out in an argument, you'd be making out on the floor in like 20 minutes. It's honestly, she just want to shove Mr. Darcy and Elizabeth like in a room, come back in like 2 hours, and they're married. It is like Rivals to Lovers fucking speed run. The book. Except that it's not a speed run. It's so slow. No, kids. You take both of them. You take one of them, and then you take the other one, and then you go, okay, here you go, kiss. Smoochies. I've taken 2 of my dolls, and I'm now making them kiss. Oh, Mr. Bennet. Oh. Oh, Mrs. Bennet. Oh, Mr. Darcy. And there you go. Probably would be great for audiobooks if only it was that easy. Right. If only it was that easy. Look, fan fiction can make it that easy. You go, they're locked in a room, but there's only one bed. I'm gonna be honest, that's like my favorite stupid trope ever. You know, the one is like, oh no, there's only one bed. Do I write fan fiction? Sort of. I help Cher write fan fiction. I am her beta reader. I'm also the person who helps her with the outline and ideas for prompts. We do that for each other, and sometimes she takes some of the more spicy prompts and presents them to me. Look, get you a bitch who understands your dialogue choices. That sounds like they were doing a lot more than kissing. Look, you can't tell me that. Those were my dolls. I could tell them to do whatever I wanted. I want to bash my dolls together. But yeah, no. Cher and I just kind of, we write a little bit for each other. Sometimes just like blurbs. She's the only one who writes like long chapters. You've listened to so much ASMR with only one bad premise. What bad premise? What happened? Oh, looks like it's Nami time. Nami time. Nom, 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 nom. Oh, where there's only one bed premise. Yes. Oh no, only one bed. be here together. I'll be honest. There's one audio I really like that is only one bad premise. It was done by Yurian Voice for Aizawa, and it was like, oh no, the teachers have to stay in one room. And it was you. You got to be the other teacher. And I was like, thank you for this meal. Look, I liked it. Okay. The way that he does it, the like dialogue is so very well done. It's kind of sassy and dry humor, kind of almost like a roguish charm. And I'm just always like, thank you for this. Itadakamasu. Favorite audio is Sleep Paralysis Demon calls you back to sleep ASMR. Sleep Paralysis Demon, no. Come back here. Come back here to me. Who are we talking about? I was talking about Yurian Voice, who does, I have a Patreon subscription to them, but they also have a YouTube channel, and he does character voices. He also does Aizawa quite well, and I like that one a lot. And there is one that is a spicy audio about there is only one bed, and I love that one. It's my favorite. I don't even care about the spicy part. It's really just the build up to the spicy part. It's the best part because it's funny. Beginning to hypnosis recently. Yes, otherwise known as Nimoto's bread and butter. That's one of his favorites. And recently, I did not realize that was a thing that I liked. I was like, thank you. Great. I hate it, but I like it. Damn it. But yeah, no, we just talk about other ASMRtists and stuff. Clicked on the spicy audio with a different tag. Now I liked it, and it was hypnosis. Yeah, that was me. Okay, actually, my first audio ever, my first ASMR audio ever, came from Vivi being like shoving Nemo in everybody's face and being like, look at the Nemo. The Nemo does good ASMR. Please check him out. And so I proceeded to do that, and I got seduced by the cute boy in the thumbnail and to the therapist hypno yandere, and I was like, okay, I'll click it, whatever, fuck, I ain't bitch made. And I clicked it, and in the beginning I was like, this is nice, okay, it's like an actual therapist, okay, cool, and then the snap happened. And I want you to know that my brain immediately just went, okay, I am a good girl. I'll do whatever you say. And I listened to it. I want you to know, I immediately went to Nemo into his DMs and be like, sir, you can never call me a good girl. I will die. I was not prepared for what would happen. So when I did, I was like, please, sir, please don't. It is illegal. he wouldn't know it. That asshole was like, all right, yeah, I promise nothing. And then waited till he got here. Waited till he got here to have like a drunk collab where I was drunk because I was nervous, and he did it. He called me a good girl in front of God and everybody. And you want to know what happened? I made a trill so loud. It was such a loud trill. It just went like, it was like the world like, but like so loud. It was just loud.
Welcome aboard that Addis to the SS Otherworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Got sausage rolls and nuggies for lunch and a hot chocolate milk. Ooh, hot cocoa milk. That sounds good. But yeah, that was my first ASMR experience. On a chant time so we can read it. Well, welcome, Raiders. My name is Pearl, the Otter. The Otter Sea Captain VTuber, and we are doing some ASMR today. Welcome, everybody. I hope that you guys are having a very nice day. Welcome. Thank you so much for giving the shout out, Elle. I appreciate it. I hope you guys were enjoying your time. Also, welcome aboard Arthurius Whale to the SS Otherworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for the rat raid. Talk about a rat race. It's getting squeaky in here. But thank you for the raid. You want to sit back, relax, enjoy your vacation, get something to eat, get something to drink, feel free to do so. Thank you. I appreciate it. Otter. There we go. Today we are reading Pride and Prejudice. So there is some ASMR, scratchy pages being flipped, and the occasional good taps. Also, we had a few-minute interlude of just talking about ASMR and just kind of chatting about fanfiction and stuff like that, which does occasionally happen because I get a little distracted. Alright, here goes. We are on Chapter 9 of Pride and Prejudice, done by Jane Austen.
When I am in the country, he replied, I never wish to leave it, and when I am in the town, it's pretty much the same. They each have their advantages, and are going to be equally happy in either. Aye, that is because you have a right disposition, but that gentleman, looking at Darcy, seemed to think the country was nothing at all. Indeed, mamma, you were mistaken, said Elizabeth, blushing for her mother. You quite mistook Mr. Darcy. He only meant there was not so much variety of people to be met in the country as in town, which you must acknowledge to be true. Certainly, my dear, nobody said there were, but as to not meet with many people in this neighbourhood, I believe there are few neighbourhoods larger. I know we dine with 24 families. Nothing but concern for Elizabeth could enable Bingley to keep his countenance. His sister was less delicate, and directed her eyes towards Mr. Darcy with a very expressive smile. Elizabeth, for the sake of saying something that might turn her mother's thoughts, now asked if Charlotte Lucas had been at Longbourn since her coming away. Yes, she called yesterday with her father. What an agreeable man Sir William is, Mr. Bingley, is he not? So much of a man of fashion, so genteel and easy. He always something to say about everyone. That is my idea of good breeding, and those, Percy, who fancy themselves very important, and never open their mouths, quite mistake the matter. Did Charlotte dine with you? No, she wouldn't go home. I fancy she wanted about the mince pies for my part. Mr. Bingley and I always keep servants that can either do their own work. My daughters are brought up very differently, but everybody is to judge for themselves, and the Lucas are very good sort of girls, I assure you. It's a pity that none of them are. It is a pity none of them are so handsome. I really get dangerous spiders in my room. I got one rule: don't bite me, and you can stay as long as you like.
Look, that is the chill out in the corner, don't fuck with me, and I won't fuck with you clause. Like, so long as I don't see you, my guy, we good. The second you, like, crawl around and, like, violate my space, I'm sorry, you out. That's how that works. So essentially, this part of the chapter is that Mrs. Bingley is kind of starting shit, and Mr. Darcy has once again put his foot in his mouth, insulting essentially every person in the country neighborhood, saying that there's not so much to study, there's not that many varying people, and basically insulting most everybody who's not from London. As Elizabeth is trying to play buffer and keep everybody calm, along with Mr. Bingley, being like, Mama, you know it's true. There's not that many people in the country. A lot of them are very similar because they are from the country and they've never traveled and that sort of thing. And Mrs. Bennet is just not having it. She's already decided that Mr. Darcy is no good, that Mr. Darcy is an asshole who thinks himself so much higher than everybody else and hardly ever opens his mouth other than to say something negative or insulting to somebody else. Where she starts talking about Charlotte's dad, the Lucases, and that Sir William is so kind. He always has, quick wit, something to say to you, something like kindness. And she goes, that is good breeding. Somebody who can be kind and very courteous to everybody, no matter where you're from. And Mr. Darcy has once again pissed off too many people because he is not good at peopling. Men not good at conversation. And she's talking about it's really a shame that Charlotte and her sisters are not as pretty, not as handsome as Elizabeth or Jane, because they're very sweet girls. It's the first audio reading in years I caught since the death of my utterance. It's been so long. Well, welcome, Mr. Tenoto, and I hope that you're sitting back and enjoying yourself as we continue to read chapter 9. Let's see. Here we go. Oh dear, yes, but you must know she's very plain. Lady Lucas herself often has said so, that envied my Jane's beauty. I do not like to boast of my own child, but to be sure, Jane, one does not often see anybody but better looking. Is that what everybody says? I do not trust my own partiality. When she was only 15, there was a man at my brother's gardener's in town so much in love with her that my sister-in-law was sure he would make her an offer before we came away. But, however, he did not. Perhaps he thought her too young. However, he wrote some verses on her, and very pretty they were. And so ended his affection, said Elizabeth impatiently. There has been many an odd one, I fancy, overcoming in the same way. I wonder who first discovered the efficacy of poetry in driving away love. I have
been used to consider poetry as the food of love," said Darcy. "Oh, but a fine, stout, a healthy love, it may everything nourishes what is strong already. But if it is only a slight, thin sort of inclination, I am convinced that one good sonnet will starve it away entirely." Darcy only smiled, and the general pause which ensued made Elizabeth tremble lest her mother should be exposing herself again. She longed to speak, but could think of nothing to say. And after a short silence, Mrs. Bennet began repeating her thanks to Mr. Bingley for his kindness to Jane, with an apology for troubling him also with Lizzie. Mr. Bingley was unaffectedly civil in his answer, and forced his younger sister to be civil also, and said what the occasion required. She performed her part, indeed, without so much graciousness, but Mrs. Bennet was satisfied, and soon afterwards ordered her carriage. Upon the signal, the youngest of her daughters put herself forward. The two girls had been whispering to each other during the day, during the whole visit. The result of it was that the youngest should tax Mr. Bingley with having promised on his first coming to the country to give a ball at the Netherfield. Lydia was a stout, well-grown girl of 15, with fine complexion and a good-humoured countenance, a favourite with her mother, whose affection had brought her into the public at an early age. She had a high animal spirit and a sort of natural self-consequence, which the attention of the officers, to whom her uncle's good dinners and her own easy manners recommended her, and increased into assurance. She was very equal, therefore, to address Mr. Bingley on the subject of a ball, and abruptly remind him of his promise, adding that it would be the most shameful thing in the world if he did not keep it. His answer to the sudden attack was delightful to their mother's ear. "I am perfectly ready, I assure you, to keep my engagement, and when your sister is recovered, you shall, if you please, name the very day of the ball, and you would not be wishing to dance when she is ill." Lydia declared herself satisfied. "Oh, yes, it would be much more to wait until Jane is well, and by that time most likely Captain Carter will be at Merton again. And then, when you have given your ball," she added, "I shall insist on giving one also, and tell that Colonel Forster will be quite ashamed if she does not." Mrs. Bennet and her daughters then departed, and Elizabeth returned insistently to Jane, leaving her own and her relations' behaviour to the remarks of the two ladies and Mr. Darcy, the latter of whom, however, could not be prevailed to join in their censure of her, in spite of all Mrs. Bingley's witticism of fine eyes.
Welcome aboard, Asuragi no Milios, to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I've seen people eat spiders and scorpion. I was wondering why, and does it taste good? I don't know, and I do not want to find out. Here's the thing. If things do not look good and they do not taste good, they are not going in my mouth at all. So I ain't eating a bug. It ain't happening. Not here, not there, not anywhere, not with a box, not with a fox. I will not have that. Almost had a small burp. So basically, this section was talking mostly about the fact that, hello, Blush Boy. Hello. So most of chapter 9 is basically the mom, kind of berating Mr. Darcy for being rude, and then Elizabeth and Mr. Bennet and the Mr. Bingley and the Bennet children, the two youngest, trying to kind of ease away the conversation because the mom is pissed. Hello, Box Turtle. Hello. It's going well. Today we are reading Pride and Prejudice. So there is some, page turning, page scratching, an occasional little tappy taps, as I read a very British, have you watched the zombie Pride and Prejudice movie? Yes, I've seen Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies, which is, it's a very funny movie if you consider how the actual Pride and Prejudice works.
it is very much kind of satire. Oh, thank you so much for Automata. Mayor Colossus. There we go. But yeah, we've also talked a little bit about fan fiction, ASMR artistry, ASMR that you didn't realize you would be into. Some people are like, oh shit, hypnotism. Pro being like, oh shit, spicy ASMR. I don't even care about the actual sexy part. Like, it was just the dialogue leading up to the sexy part. I was like, oh man, leading up to the sexy time. Welcome Ward. Kurokami to the SS, Out of Willy Traveler. Please, enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. But yes, we have just gotten to chapter 10. Chapter 9 was essentially Mrs. Bennet pissed as hell, specifically because Mr. Darcy keeps putting his foot in his mouth and kind of low-key insulting everybody else that isn't his, like, 4-people friend group. While the 2 girls of Mrs. Bingley and Mrs. Hurst are having themselves like a chat and are arguing with Mrs. Bennet and, you know, sit there and complain about, you know, all the country is so boring and that, you know, oh, Elizabeth isn't all that great sort of like situation constantly. So much so that the youngest Bennet, the Miss Lydia, tells Mr. Bingley that he made a promise and that he should keep that promise before he has left Netherfield, and that he promised to throw a ball. So, of course, he goes, of course, the day that Jane is well, as you would not want a ball to happen. Can you up the game? I got you fighting against some bomb-ass beats. I mean, I can up my volume just a little bit. Just a little bit. Is this good? Mr. Bennet, is this good? It's good. That good? I have to like sit here. Yeah. Okay. Just making sure it's still comfy for everybody else. Okay. And Lydia's like, oh, okay, yes, the second that Jane is well, and if Jane is well, then I can also invite Captain Carter, who is somebody she is, low-key crushing on. And the reason why she keeps going to visit Merton is to go visit him with the hopes that he will eventually fall for her. And so for much, once Mrs. Bennet and all the other Bennets, other than Elizabeth, who has returned to Jane to take care of her, you know, the 2 girls start bad-mouthing all of the Bennets, being like, oh, they're so uncouth, oh, they don't have enough money, oh, they're so poor, sort of thing. But Mr. Darcy refuses to comment, especially on Elizabeth Bennet, because he has a thing for her, but he doesn't want to say that he has a thing for her, even though that one of the girls knows and keeps commenting about how fine her eyes were for him. Hello, Kano Misoki. Hello. We are on chapter 10 of Pride and Prejudice. The day passed as much as the day before had done. Mrs. Hurst and Mrs. Bingley had spent some hours in the morning with the invalid, who continued, though slowly, to mend, and in the evening Elizabeth joined their party in the drawing-room. The loo table, however, did not appear. Mr. Darcy was writing, and Mrs. Bingley, seated near him, was watching the progress of his letter and repeatedly calling off to his attention by messages to his sister. Mr. Hurst and Mr. Bingley were at a piquet, and Mrs. Hurst was observing their game.
Elizabeth took up some needlework, and was sufficiently amused in attending to what passed between Darcy and his companion. The perpetual commendations of the lady, either on his handwriting, or the evenness of his lines, or even on the length of his letter, with the perfect unconcern which her praises were received, formed a curious dialogue, and was exactly in union with her opinion of each. "How delighted Miss Darcy will be to receive such a letter." He made no answer. "You write uncommonly fast." "You are mistaken. I rather write slowly." "How many letters you must have on occasion to write in the course of the year! Letters of business, too. How odious I should think of them." "It is fortunate, then, that they fall into my lot instead of yours." "Pray tell your sister that I long to see her." "I have already told her so once, by your desire."
"I'm afraid you do not like your pen. Let me mend it for you. I mend pens remarkably well."
"Thank you, but I always mend my own."
"How can you even contrive to write so even?"
He was then silent.
"Tell your sister that I'm delighted to hear of her improvement on the harp, and pray to let her know that I'm quite in raptures with her beautiful little design for the table, and think it infinitely superior to Mrs. Grantley's."
"Will you give me leave to defer your raptures till I write again? At present I have no room to do them justice."
"Oh, it is of no consequence. I shall see her in January. But do you always write such charmingly long letters to her, Mr. Darcy?"
"They are generally long, but whether always charming it is or not for me to determine."
"It is a rule with me that a person who can write a long letter with ease cannot write ill."
That would not do for a compliment to Darcy, Caroline," cried her brother, "because he does not write with ease. He studies too much for words of 4 syllables. Do you not, Darcy?" "My style of writing is very different from yours."
"Oh," cried Mrs. Bingley, "Charles writes the most careless ways imaginable. He leaves out half of his words and bolts the rest."
"My ideas flow so rapidly that I have not time to express them, by which means my letters sometimes convey no ideas at all to my correspondents." "Your humility, Mr. Bingley," said Elizabeth, "must disarm reproof. Nothing is more deceitful," said Darcy, "than the appearance of humility. It is often only carelessness of opinion, and sometimes an indirect boast."
"And which of the two would you call my little piece of modesty?"
"The indirect boast, for you are really proud of your defects in writing, because you consider them as proceeding from a rapidity of thought and carelessness of execution, which, if not estimable, you think yourself highly interesting. The point of doing anything with quickness is always prized much by the possessor, and often without any attention to the imperfection of the performance. When you told Mrs. Bennet this morning if you ever resolved upon quitting Netherfield, you should have gone in 5 minutes. You meant it to be sort of panegyric of compliment to yourself, and yet what is there so very laudable in its Prejudice? That which leaves very necessarily business undone, and can be of no real advantage to yourself or anyone else."
"Ah, welcome aboard, little Dragon Wing the Gladiator, to the SS Untitled Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Currently today we are reading Pride and Prejudice. We are currently on chapter 10, so there's a little bit of page flipping, page scratching, and occasionally some of them good taps. Also, thank you so much, Sergeant Yager, for the ahoy! Ahoy! Lovely to see you. Oh. Thank you so much for the 25 pebbles. I appreciate it. Currently, we are reading chapter 10. So much that we have once again seen Mrs. Elizabeth Bennet, into the parlor room with the rest of the
The others being Mrs. Bingley, Mrs. Hurst, Mr. Darcy, Mr. Bingley, Mr. Hurst. Oh, Ida Morty. Well, thank you so much for becoming one of our loyal sailors and subscribing at Tier 1. I appreciate it. You know, every month that you are subscribed, you get a kiss. That is your kiss stipend. So, welcome to your first month's kiss. Aww. And 2 months is 2 kisses. 3 months is 3 kisses. And onward, and onward, and onward. So if it's 200 months, 200 kisses. Because I ain't bitch made. Yes, it will be like 2 minutes of full kisses, but I'll do it. Also, you get your cute little badge. Get your cute little 1 month badge. Your little like tribble. You'd love to hear me read the Aragon series. I don't know. I don't think Aragon is public domain yet. I know that Pride and Prejudice and things like that are public domain, and I can read them without getting in trouble. I also know that the complete Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, any of the Sherlock Holmes is public domain and able to be read. And once we have finished with the Jane Austen book, we are going to be moving on over to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and maybe perhaps find another book. You return to your comfy bed. Excellent, comfy bed for comfy time. Yep, it's the best part. So, as I was saying, once again we see. I always figure if I enjoy to toss troll subs at a streamer, I should actually sub. You know, that's a good idea. No, full power move. Give a sub to everybody else, and just like never sub, never talk or anything. That's just your only thing. Is you just like gave out 200 subs. It's a fucking power move. And somebody's just like, damn. I guess. But this way you do get to enjoy all of the fun parts of being subscribed, which is, you know, the adorable emotes and, you know, ad-free viewing, which is always good. That's asserting dominance. It is. It's literally T-posing on the streamer. Like, what is the streamer going to do? The streamer's just sitting in the like, Anyway, thank you. It's funny. You like my new icon? It's done by Genie Bunny. Sergeant Junior, thank you so much for the 100 pebbles. Thank you. I appreciate it. You came in at the perfect time. You mean during the otter cheddar? Or do you mean just during ASMR in general? Because today's ASMR is essentially us just reading Pride and Prejudice, and there's like some page flipping, some very British pearl, and tippity taps on the leather book. Just both. Alright, thank you so much, Sergeant Yeager, for the stretchy stretch. I'll do a stretch. Otto, Otto. Otto, Otto. There you go. Oh, Trev. Thank you so much for 4 months a loyal sailor. Thank you. You know what that means? 4 kisses. Aww. 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 4 kisses. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you so much for the Anawana. Kawaii. You know it's not always about the what? Or the sometimes it's just about the brain empty. Sometimes it's just about the bleh. Sometimes it's just about the auto. I killed Elle for like a minute. She wasn't expecting it. I got Elle. Got her. I was like, what? I did it. I killed her. Got nothing in my brain. Nothing in my brain. Bang. I'm very proud of myself. Thank you. You have all been lovely to witness me getting Elle. Surprise, ada. Surprise, real ada. Confuses everyone. Pearl, super effective. Pearl use ada. Pearl, super effective. Ahoy! Yeah, but let's get back to read the book. All right, let's see. Where was I? Here it is. Very necessary business undone, which can be of no real advantage to yourself nor anyone else. Nay, cried Bingley, this is too much to remember at a night and all the foolish things that were said in the morning. And yet, upon my honour, I believe what I said of myself to be true. I believe at this moment, or at least, therefore, I did not assume of the character of needless precipitance merely to show off before the ladies. I dare say you believed it, but I am in no means convinced that you would have gone to such celerity. Your conduct would be quite as dependent on chance as any man I know. And if you were mounting your horse, a friend were to say, Bingley, we'd better go and stay till next week, you would probably do it. You'd probably not go, at another word, may stay a month. You've been hyperfixing on our writing for way too long, so you completely understand pre-didness. You know, it's okay. Writing hard. Word hard. Reading hard. Communication hard. Whole of communication difficult. But you know what? It's okay. We can be brain empty together. So instead, I do all the brain think thought, and then you don't have to think thought brain. Got it. I will make the thinky thought, think very much thinky thought. I'm gonna get the point so I can have you sing the sea shanty, Santana, Santania. I actually don't know the one, so I would have to learn it. Usually it's for the ones I already know, or like I usually pick the sea shanty because it's hard to sing a song that I don't know. But since you are subscribed, you are in the Discord, you can go ahead and throw that in to the karaoke recommendation so that maybe I can think about learning it, so I can do so. But outside of that, I have no idea. Okay.
You've only proven this, cried Elizabeth, that Mr. Bingley did not do justice to his own disposition. You have shown him off now much more than he did himself. I am exceedingly gratified, said Bingley, by your converting what my friend says into a compliment of the sweetness of my temper, but I'm afraid you are giving it a turn which the gentleman by no means intended, for he would certainly think better of me if under such a circumstance I was to give it a flat denial and ride off as fast as I could. Would Mr. Darcy then consider the rashness of your original attentions as atoned for by your obstinacy to adhering to it? Upon my word, I cannot exactly explain the matter. Darcy must speak for himself. You expect me to account for opinions which you choose to call mine, but which I have never acknowledged. Allowing the case, however, to stand according to your representation, you must remember, Miss Bennet, that the friend who is supposed to desire his return to the house, and the delay of his plan, has merely desired it, asked it without offering one argument in favour of its propriety. To yield readily, easily, to the persuasion of a friend is no merit with you. To yield without convention is no compliment to the understanding of either. You appear to me, Mr. Darcy, to allow nothing for the influence of friendship and its affection. A regard for the requester would often make one readily yield to the request without waiting for arguments to the reason into it. I am not particularly speaking of a case such as you supposed about Mr. Bingley. We might as well wait, perhaps, till the circumstance occurs before we discuss the discretion of his behaviour thereupon. But, in general, the ordinary case is between a friend and a friend, where one of them is desired by the other to change a resolution of no very great moment, should think ill of the person for complying with a desire, without waiting to be argued into it. Will it not be advisable, before we proceed on to the subject, to arrange with rather more precision to the degree of importance of which one appertains to this request, as well as by the degree of the intimacy subsisting between the parties? By all means, cried Bingley. Let us hear the particulars, not forgetting their comparative heights and size, for there will be more weight in the argument. Miss Bennet, then you might be aware of what I show you, that if Darcy were not such a great tall fellow, in comparison to myself, I should not pay him half so much as deference. I declare I do not know more awfully object than Darcy on a particular occasion, and in particular places, at his own specialty, and his Sunday evening when he has nothing to do.
Hello, welcome. Sergeant Yeager, the way to get to the Discord is you just connect your Discord to the, to Twitch, and it should come up in, connections. You're so unmealy, I'm not going to try. Try what? Look, it's, my guy, what do you expect? You want me to just be like, she's so high, high above me. She's so lovely, she's so high, like Cleopatra, Joan of Arc, or Aphrodite. Oh goodness, hello everybody, honey. Welcome. Shando, hello. I am, goodness me. Hi, my name is Pearl. I am CRC Captain VTuber, and lovely to see you. Shando, thank you. Thank you, sweetheart. Welcome, everybody. There's so many people. Everybody's following me. I'm scared. Hello. I am also Cat Baby. Shando is my half-sister. I hope you had a lovely time doing ASMR, getting lovely and comfy. Thank you so much. Oh goodness. And thank you, /Flax, for the subscribe. I appreciate it. Thank you. Everybody's making kisses. There's so much running through chat. I am trying very hard not to panic. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hello. Welcome, everybody. We are reading Pride and Prejudice. Hello. No panic, only comfy. Yes, only comfy. We have Pride and Prejudice, done by Jane Austen. So that's where I get out my very British sounding, sounding to read. I hope that it's all right. Very comfy. We are currently on chapter 10, where Mr. Darcy has somehow accidentally made a compliment to his friend when he was accidentally trying to insult him a bit. I heard a fellow Brit. I'm not actually British. I'm not actually British. I'm from Texas. But I do make a very good British impersonation. And you don't read. It works perfectly. I love, yes, bamboozled by the accent. Oh, you should hear my Scottish, darling. Oh, that would definitely make you flip your britches. Yes, I come from the Texas, that one place that believes that tea should be hot and drinked with mostly sugar. But hello, thank you. Let's go to the land of the Waterburger. I do love the Waterburger. Hello, everybody. Welcome. My goodness, there's been so many falls. Thank you kindly. Welcome to Texas, where everything's bigger, especially the guns and the belt buckles.
Who help put sugar in tea? People who can't make tea properly.
Here we go. What, no iced tea?
Okay, here's the thing. Iced is not the problem. The problem is that most places that you go to get tea, they use sugar to cover the fact that the tea is burnt. And I should know. I've been to so many places. I could be honest. A good sweet tea does not need sugar, like a lot, because it's burnt.
Sweet tea, Texas.
As a fellow tea lover, I feel that, yeah, sweet tea should only take like a small tablespoon. Just a little bit. Just like ever so slightly. Just like a sprinkle. But the thing is, they burn it. And then they're like, oh, it's sweet tea. We'll just shove a whole bunch of sugar in it. They won't know. They're stupid. And it works. And I'm mad because it works. I actually don't need sugar if the tea is made well. If the tea is a little weak, I might need some sugar. Something.
They don't just burn it, they drag it to hell and back.
I don't drink tea. It's okay. You don't have to have, you do not need to have the opinion. I will just tell you my opinion.
British people don't interact. I don't like tea.
I love tea. I love tea. I love chai. I love oolong. I love the blooming teas where you get like a ball of tea and you put it in one of those like really pretty ones for the teapots and it like blooms out in front of you. It's so pretty.
Black tea with sugar and milk, that's quality British tea.
Yes, but you see here, I like other teas. Like black tea's okay. It's good. But I'm a huge fan of chai, which is more of a, from India and from more the Middle Eastern kind of place. It's a lot more flavorful because it's got like star anise, cinnamon, vanilla. It's like a lot of different spices together. And it's really good.
I miss chai, but I got some allergies.
I miss cheesecake, but I'm lactose intolerant now.
I like coffee tea. So chai is quite easy to get.
Jasmine tea is also good. I love a jasmine oolong. I can drink that, no sugar, as long as it's not burnt. How do I feel about hibiscus? Hibiscus tea is very good. I actually really like hibiscus tea if it's like as an iced tea. Okay, because like when Texas is hot, because it's very warm here. A nice like, you will take a hibiscus tea or like a very floral tea and you will take that bitch out into the sun in like a big like pitcher. And it's like a clear pitcher and you put it in a sunspot and it cooks it for you and it doesn't burn. And we call it sun tea. And that's honestly my favorite kind of tea is to take is a very floral tea, like a very fruity floral tea, and make it sun tea.
cheesecake can be made with lactose and no intolerance symptoms. My grandma does that. Yeah. It's one of the ways you can cook tea over a long and slow period without burning it. I drink almond teas with no sugar, nothing extra. See, I feel like it's entirely on the quality of tea, and like, thing is, people are gonna want it. But me personally, so long as tea is not burnt, I don't need sugar. If it's burnt, or if it's not a good quality tea, I need sugar to get through that bitch. You know what? The best kind of tea is me, because I am pure tea. Lactase, it's the enzyme you're missing. I actually don't know. It's not like actual lactose intolerance. There's another protein that is also present in milk that I'm allergic to, which is why I can't have like lactated milk. I can only have like nut milk. Yes, and you can make the jokes now. Nut milk. But I can only have like cashew and almond milk. Yeah, there's another protein that I'm allergic to that's not lactate. I'm so mad about it. Which is why I can't have cheesecake. But I love cheesecake. What's your favorite nut milk? My favorite nut milk is actually almond. For just plain drinking, cashew for baking. Oat milk I only use in stews, only because it's got kind of like a grainy texture, but I use like 7 different kinds of milk. No ice cream or milkshakes. It's okay. I have other desserts. I make chocolates. I make dark chocolates. Oat milk and stews. Yeah. It's supposed to be oat milk. It's very it has a very earthy, very like distinct flavor. So it's really good for like stews because it's thicker and it's got kind of like a grainy texture. So if you use it for like coffee, it's fine. If you use it for baking breads, that's fine. I just wouldn't drink it straight. It's not a good idea for like straight drinking or like cereal. You cannot have nut milk. But oat milk, it's not a good idea. You'd be nuts to try it. You should really if it's up to you and a couple people, you might be a pea in a pod. How does one extract milk from the nut? Milk from nut. Here you go. This is how you extract milk from nut. Take lots of nuts, get them wet, pulverize them. Blend them. That's how you get in oat milk. You obliterated the nuts, put the water. Yeah, put water. It's not a good idea. I'll probably get itchy. There's no cashews for it. Have you guys heard about pea milk? Like PEA milk? Like milk made out of peas? I have not tried it, but it is very weird for me thinking about milk being made out of peas. Like I've had these things like made that were like, okay, so there are Funyuns that are not Funyuns that are made with pea flour and lentils and fava bean protein and whatnot as like a chip, and it tastes pretty good. But here's my thing: it has a slight flavor to it, so I'm only imagining that slight flavor being made much worse and drink. Yeah, PEA, pea, not that other kind. But all nuts in one milk. Can't you couldn't try it just based on the name alone? Peas, why don't you give peas a chance, Sushi? Why don't you give peas a chance? Why can't peas be friends? Why can't peas be friends? Peas nuts. Oh man, Morty got us. Peas was never an option. Interesting chime to join. Yes, I was actually laughing. I'm gonna give you a piece of my mind. All right, put them up. Put them up. I'll take it. Texture, like I could. It's they're useless. Okay, but pea pods are good. Here's the thing. I like a pea pod. Like, have you ever had, like, what is it, sugar snap peas? Or, like, the, like, pea, was it snow pea pods in, like, Asian food? That shit's good. ASMR, but the chat is dying of laughter. Yeah, that's kind of what happens. I've been introduced to new types of milk I've never heard of. Yes, this was supposed to be me being very British and reading Pride and Prejudice, but now it's just everybody's dying. Never go to hood without your peas. Not by itself. Honestly, I like them when I can make, I'm trying to think of what it is, beef and broccoli, but instead of beef and broccoli, it's beef and snow peas. And I use the snow pea pods, and I like stir fry cook them. You're just picky. Peaky. Pearl gives lecture on types of milk, 2 hours and 35 minutes. To be fair, I could give you an entire, like, lecture about any food. Just Pearl Cheddar beatboxing, just. Lila, was that you?
No, I'm Stitch. But I did make your ear wiggle, and I did.
Oh goodness, Sushi does games. Thank you so much for becoming one of our loyal sailors.
Kisses, kiss time. Mwah. Every time somebody is subscribed and continues to be subscribed, they get kisses.
Pearl diss track win.
Look, you don't want me to diss you because I will destroy you and your whole family. I will war oopsie all over your face, but it'll be on purpose. Pearl, I redeemed an artifact. Sorry if you already did it. Oh, I think I missed it. So I'll go ahead. Artifact, artifact. Here comes an artifact. Artifact, artifact. I hope that you like it. So, some of you might know, but some of you might not know that the sea otter has a jaw strength of over 80 pounds. That's right. That means if I get all up in your face and I bite you, that's 80 pounds of pressure on your face. Artifact, artifact. That is your artifact. Artifact, artifact. How do you like it? I am a wild animal. I am dangerous.
But yeah, I dropped actual bars. I'm about to drop it like the fat dumpy. You know what? Here's a moment. I'm gonna come over here. Gonna get closer. Go get closer. Hey, Book. You're in my face.
You're my book gone.
Thingies. I have now consumed your ear. It's mine now. There it goes. Silly Otto. Silly Otter does silly things. So you guys go to sleep like this. Am I being good again? I'm always cute. I'm sorry, I've been entirely derailed. There was a story. There was stuff happening. But instead, I started to be stupid. Okay. Summon Book.
Summon Book. Book, show up. There goes.
Here we go. Okay, back to book. Back to book. I have a couple more hours, so back to book. Here it goes. Oh, oh, awesome. Thank you for the idle water. There we go.
Okay. Mr. Darcy smiled, but Elizabeth thought that she could only perceive that it was rather offended, and therefore checked her to laugh. Mrs. Bingley warmly resented the indignity that he had received in an expulsion with her brother for talking such nonsense. "I see your design, Bingley," said his friend. "You dislike an argument and want to silence this. Perhaps I do. Arguments are too much like disputes. If you and Miss Bennet will defer to yours till I am out of the room, I shall be very thankful, and you may say whatever you like of me." "What you ask," said Elizabeth, "is no sacrifice on my side. Mr. Darcy had much better finish his letter." Mr. Darcy took her advice and did finish his letter. When that business was over, he applied to Miss Bingley and Elizabeth for an indulgence of some music. Mrs. Bingley moved with some alacrity on the pianoforte, and after a polite request that Elizabeth would lead the way, which the other as politely and more earnestly navigated her, she seated herself. Also, Tropic Warrior, thank you for 11 months. 11 months! I appreciate it. Thank you. 11 kisses. Kisses. Thank you so much for 11 months. Have you seen all the cute badges? I love all our new badges. They're so cute. It's maybe my favorite thing. Okay, you know what? If you guys haven't seen them, congratulations. You're gonna see them. You're gonna see them. Badges. 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 Let's see if I can find it. Cancel.
Excuse me. I'm trying to image.
image. Okay, that existing. I think this is it. Yeah, there it is. Look at it. Look at it. Eventually, you become Sailor Otter. There you go. Look at it. Look at it. He's so cute. He's cute, baby. Look at him. There you go. Full bean. Eventually, you get to look like this. There you go. I'm gonna stick him over there. Okay, there you go. Well, I read. That is you. I'm reading to you. Right over there. Almost as cute as the streamer. It's not so bad. That's why you want to, subscribe to the Adora Pearl baby over there. I am no longer the streamer. The badge is the streamer. I am merely interpreting.
There we go. Mrs. Hurst sang with her sister, and while they were thus employed, Elizabeth could not help observing, as she turned over some music books that lay on the instrument, how frequently Mr. Darcy's eyes were fixed on her. She hardly knew how to suppose that she could become an object of admiration to so great a man, and yet that he should not look at her because he disliked her was still more strange. She could only imagine, however, at last that she drew his notice because there was something more wrong and reprehensible, according to his ideas of right, than in any other person present. The supposition did not pain her. She liked him little to care for his appropriation. After playing some Italian songs, Miss Bingley varied the charm in a lively Scotch air, and soon afterwards Mr. Darcy, drawing near Elizabeth, said to her, "Do not feel a great inclination, Miss Bennet, to seize such an opportunity of dancing reel." She smiled, but made no answer. He repeated the question, with some surprise at her silence. "Oh," said she, "I'd heard you before, but I could not immediately determine what to say in reply. You wanted me, I know, to say yes, that you might have the pleasure of despising my taste, but I was delighted in overthrowing those kinds of schemes, and cheating a person of their premeditated contempt. I have, therefore, made up my mind to tell you that I do not want to dance a reel at all, and now despise me if you dare." "Indeed, I do not dare." Elizabeth, having rather expected to affront him, was amazed at his gallantry, but there was a mixture of sweetness and archness in the manner which he made it difficult for her to affront anybody. And Darcy had never been so bewitched by any woman as she. He readily believed that it were not for the inferiority of her connections he should be in some danger. Miss Bingley saw, or suspected enough to be jealous, and in her great anxiety for the recovery of her dear friend Jane, received some assistance for her desire of getting rid of Elizabeth.
Hello, sweeties. Welcome, welcome. We are reading Pride and Prejudice, and got a little crazy earlier, but I think everybody's calmed down just a smidge. But we have got some very British Pearl as I read, and we also have some scratching of the pages, some flipping of the pages, and some good tappies, as well as, of course, and other otter sounds. In otter sounds. She often tried to provoke Darcy into disliking her guest by talking of their supposed marriage, planning his happiness in such lines. I hope, said she, As they were walking together in the shrubbery the next day, you will give your mother-in-law a few hints when this desirable event takes place as to the advantage of holding her tongue, and if you can compass it, do cure the younger girls of running after officers, and if I may mention a delicate subject, endeavour to chat with a little something, bordering on the conceit and the impertinence of which your lady possesses.
Have you anything to propose for my domestic felicity?
Oh, yes, do let the portraits of your uncle and your Aunt Phillips be placed in the gallery at Pemberley. Put them next to your great-uncle and the judge, and they are in the same profession, you know, only in different lines. As for your Elizabeth picture, you must not have it taken, for what painter could do justice to those beautiful eyes?
It would not be so easy indeed to catch her expression, but the colour and the shape and the eyelashes are so remarkably fine, might be copied.
At the moment they were met from afar, another by Mrs. Hurst and Elizabeth herself. "I didn't know you intended to walk," said Mrs. Bingley, in some confusion lest they had been overheard. You're used us anominally ill," answered Mrs. Hurst, "running away without telling us when you were coming out." Then taking the disengaged arm of Mr. Darcy, she left Elizabeth to walk by herself. The path just admitted the three. Mr. Darcy felt the rudeness and immediately said, "This walk is not wide enough for our party. We had better go into the avenue." But Elizabeth, who had not the least inclination to remain with them, laughingly answered, "No, stay where you are. You are charmingly grouped and appear to be an uncommon advantage. The picturesque will be spoiled by the omitting of a fourth. Goodbye." She then ran gallantly off, rejoicing as she scrambled about in the hope of being at home again in a day or two. Jane was already so much recovered, and intent on leaving her room for a couple more hours that evening.
Welcome aboard the Lion Demon, the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you guys so much for the follows and all the follows from earlier. I will thank you guys in a bit. I just need some time to calm down. That was a little crazy from earlier. But honestly, I should probably thank everybody. So I'm gonna squiggle over. So welcome aboard Benjaminta, Storm, Zombie Z Live, Troutfish, Useless, Assassin F, Kitagawa-sa, Careful Sky, Yogorika, Endless Insomnia, Spiritual Serene, Two Owlex, Lolilililililil, Irva, Deft of Human, Sushi One Does Games, Chef Triple, Cart of the Eternal, Sugai Kuroki, Staku, What's Inside the Barrel, Biatch, Satan's Dead Blade, Vanilla Hibiki, Len Was Taken, Zaxa Yuki, S. Sloth, Nexuda, Master, Jasmine Ai, 1-3 UCO, Monkey Wrangler, Zano, I Bandit, Slassaflex, and Resplendent Quasical to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation and thank you guys so much for all the follows. I appreciate it. Alright, I've got all of the welcomes for it now. Where's the tit on the almond? Well, here's a tit for you. You stick all the almonds in some water and then you blanch them and then you obliterate them. That's how you milk one. I wonder if anybody knows, where's the tit on the almond? You're the tit. It's you, bud. You know, it's being like, oh, you're a boob. Almond titty goes, brrr. I was the titty. It was me? I was the titty? All along? I've been the boob? Wait a minute. If I've been a titty the whole time, why do I not have more? Excuse you, does this look like titty to you? There's not enough here for titty. It's like a handful at most. The real titties are the ones we made along the way. Guys,
We're really milking this joke. It's not even that good. Elton is reasonably progressed to be tough.
Well, we have matching titties. If you got a B, B stands for boba.
We're not sure when to stop milking these puns.
Only after about a gallon of them.
You sound like a real nut job. You're playing some Tetris and you hear this in the background. Yeah. I'm gonna make you spurt out like the milk, like the milk. Just don't drink water. Might go out your nose. Can't believe we're titty twinsies. We're booba twins. When you titty twink, handfuls more than enough. You're wasting it. Welcome aboard, Pilp Perio to the SS Unworthy Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you guys so much for the follows. I appreciate it. Booba besties, titty twinsies. I love it. Hunker homies. Oh, thank you. This is like what happens when we go friends fall flat. A lot of tit talk. Hey, we're on that new app there called the Tit Talk. You know, where they make the funny videos about the booba. Badonka buddies. This is beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. We're bosom buddies. Welcome to my Tit Talk. Today, Nutty Bazunga Doos. Where you go, welcome to my Tit Talk. I would like to present to you one Vivi. It's very big.
Look, this is when the booba gets to triple G for good God, could it get any bigger? Ate-san.
Oh my God, here we go. Lower. Okay, alright, here it goes. Normal voice, not high up. Hello. Alright, normal voice. The big G for gravity defying. It's time to defying gravity. And you can't put me down. What did you just hear? I don't know. What did you hear? I said lower. Welcome aboard, Krusty Krab Pizza to the SS Untitled Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard, Incognito Sus as well to the Otherworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for your follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so I have to now read. I have to now read in One-san voice. So the not quite yandere ada voice, just kind of like no inflection. Okay. Chapter 11 of Pride and Prejudice. When the ladies were moved after dinner, Elizabeth ran up to her sister, and seeing her well guarded from the cold, attended her in the drawing room, where she was welcomed by her two friends with many professions of pleasure, and Elizabeth had never seen them so agreeable as when they were during the hour which passed before the gentlemen appeared. Their powers of conversation was considerable. They could describe an entertainment with accuracy, relating to an anecdote with humour, and laugh at their acquaintance with spirit. But when the gentlemen entered, Jane was no longer the first object. Mrs. Bingley's eyes were instantly turned towards Darcy, and she had something to say to him before he had advanced many steps. He addressed himself to Mrs. Bennet with polite congratulation. Mr. Hurst was also made of her a slight bow, and he said he was very glad, but diffusiveness and warmth remained for Bingley's situation. He was full of joy and attention. The first half-hour was spent in piling up the fire, lest she should suffer from the change of the room, and she removed at his desire to the other side of the fireplace, that she might be further from the door. He then sat down by her and talked scarcely with anyone else. Elizabeth, at work in the opposite corner, saw with great delight. When tea was over, Mr. Hurst reminded his sister-in-law of the card table, but in vain. She has obtained a private intelligence that Mr. Darcy did not wish for cards, and Mr. Hurst soon found even his open petition rejected. She assured him that no one had intended to play, and the silence of the whole party on the subject seemed to justify her. Mr. Hurst had, therefore, nothing to do but to stretch himself on one of the sofas and go to sleep. Darcy took up a book. Mrs. Bingley did much the same, and Mrs. Hurst, principally occupied in playing with her bracelets and rings, joined now and then by her brother's conversation with Mrs. Bennet. Mrs. Bingley's attention was quite as much engaged in watching Mr. Darcy's progress through his book as in reading her own, as she was perpetually either making some inquiry or looking at his page. She could not win him, however, to any conversation. He merely answered her question and read on. At length, quite exhausted by the attempt to be amused with her own book, which she had only chosen because the second volume was his, she gave a great yawn and said, "How pleasant it is to spend an evening this way. I declare, after all, there's no enjoyment like reading. How much sooner one tires of anything other than a book. When I have a house of my own, I shall be miserable if I do not have an excellent library." What page are we on? 235. Also, welcome aboard, Oliax65 to the SS Otherworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. So I think it's actually very funny during this, if you notice that not Mrs. Bingley, but the other friend is very much like warming up to Darcy after he was like, yes, a woman needs to be beautiful, she needs to be talented, she needs to be able to art, music, dance, sing, but also be well read. Now she is professing how she's like, I love a book, I could never be without books. When I have my house, I wish for a great library. And so like she's trying to like take him. Do I speak Spanish? No habla español. Only English. But welcome aboard La Vida Loca to the SS Otherworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I only speak that. Hi, Lady Pearl. Just woke up. Was in Follow Shadow Streams. Hello. Welcome. Welcome, Shadow Raveness. Lovely to see you. It's okay. If you want to go back to sleep, you may go back to sleep. I am just reading aloud. If you want to go to bed, feel free to. But it's lovely to have you here. Also, welcome aboard Swiss EXO to the SS Untitled Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, we're currently reading Pride and Prejudice. So there is a little bit of like drumming, scratching, some page turning, and maybe ever so often some of this good shit. Bucking! Hi, Bucking. How are you doing, sweetheart? Can I get a shout out for Bucking Plays Stuff? Pretty please, L. Thank you. That is my favorite loud, obnoxious Southern man, and I want him to also be your favorite loud, obnoxious Southern man. So give him a hand and check him out. He also has he got good voice. He got a good voice for radio. He has a very nice voice, especially like if you like to listen to some blues in the background and just let this man talk about it. You're good? Was just a snooze? Well, now you're aboard the snooze cruise. All aboard! Currently we are on chapter 11, where Elizabeth and is excited because she's about to leave because Jane is getting much better. You're being sleepy, so it's perfect. I will have a good time. Thank you, Bucky. Thank you, Bucky. Go bed, sweetie. Go bed. Here you go. Mwah. Kiss for you. How does he see with 2 eye patches? I don't know. Blind success. Let's see. Yeah, but the funny part is, Elizabeth's ready to leave with Jane getting better. And then, like, Darcy's friend is just like, oh, but, why don't you pay attention to me? Pay attention to me. Well, Elizabeth is just like, whatever, man. I don't care. Like me, don't, whatever. Nothing to me. Yes, my model is very cute. I am Mama Eta. Thank you. Oh, and thank you so much, Shadow Raveness, for coming aboard to the SS Untitled Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. And now we got some auto bites. So. Welcome aboard, Voice Boy, to the SS Untitled Traveler. Please, enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for Otto. Yes, I'm a Pearl Otto. I am an Otto. My name is Pearl, and I have pearlescent hair. Look at it. Look at it. It's very shiny. Today we were reading Pride and Prejudice. No one made any reply. She then yawned again, threw aside her book, and cast her eyes around the room in a request for some amusement. When hearing her brother mention a ball to Miss Bennet, she turned suddenly towards him and said, "By the by, Charles, are you really serious on meditating a dance in Netherfield? I would advise you, before determining on it, to consult the wishes of the present party. I am much mistaken if there is not some among us to whom a ball would be rather a punishment than a pleasure."
Also, thank you so much, Kitten Wrangler, for coming aboard. Welcome aboard the SS Untitled Chapter. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
Among us, yes, among us, among the person party. Darcy is sus.
I mean, he is sus. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Darcy is suspicious, but don't be suspicious. I'm gonna have a go rest now. Good night. Good night. Thank you so much for stopping by. And I hope you have a good rest, okay? Mwah. There you go. Sweet dreams. It is a magical spell. Now you can't have bad dreams. There you go. Let's see.
If you mean Darcy, cried her brother, he may go to bed if he chooses before it begins. But us, as for the ball, is quite a settled thing. As soon as Nicholas has made white soup enough, I shall send round my cards. I should like the balls infinitely better, she replied, if they would be carried out in a different manner. There is something unsufferably tedious about the usual prospect of such a meeting. It would surely be much more rational if the conversation instead of dancing were made on the order of the day. Much more rational, my dear Caroline, I say, but it would not be near so much like a ball.
Tips Fedora, you are a fancy raven. That's so raven, it's the future I can see. That's so raven, so mysterious to me.
Yo, dude, my dude, what's the nudist dude?
My guy, my bud, my friend. I'm not your buddy, pal. I'm not your pal, guy. I'm not your guy, friend. I'm not your friend, buddy. But yeah, no, we can find Prejudice.
Let's get you down the path.
Thank you for understanding how my brain works.
What a throwback.
Look, I spent too much time watching South Park. I'm gonna be honest. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Let's see. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Also, welcome aboard, Martin Porter, to the SS Untitled Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
When you say that, I'm playing South Park Fracture, but who right now?
Oh my god. The fact, okay, here's the thing that I laugh about,
Is the fact that, like, South Park used to make fun of, like, games in general, especially, like, World of Warcraft, and it was really funny because now they have video games. They have, like, 2 of their own video games, and I'm just like, every time I'm immediately imagining somebody playing and goes, "Ma'am, give me the plug-in, give me the plug-in." I'm like, oh my god, thanks, that's now burned into my brain for the rest of time.
I started for New Vegas for the first time in decades. Oh my goodness.
I watched a little bit of Vivi and Goonie play New Vegas, and it was really funny. Because Goonie went straight to New Vegas, killed Benny by being a sexy lady, killed him in his sleep, and then straight out went to the Legion or whatnot, and like Mr. House like, okay, here's the chip, but I also don't know who the fuck you are. It was so stupid. It was so dumb.
Bro, reading again? Yes. I am reading Pride and Prejudice. Currently, we are on chapter 11, but we've had a little bit of distractions today. But we'll probably be reading for another like 45 minutes. Around midnight, that is when Pearl turns into a pumpkin and needs to go get food or a gremlin. At the moment you're watching Star Wars Clone Wars, it's close to midnight. Yeah, it's 11:15. At midnight, we are stopping so that I can eat food before it turns 12:01. Something critters in the dark. Me. Oh goodness! Ira Morty, thank you for giving Distraction a gift sub and the 4 gift subs you've given in the channel so far. Bucky, go the fuck to bed.
Imagine eating your food.
Imagine needing food. I need food and attention. That's what I live on.
You try to scream, but the terror makes a sound before you make it. Make you go to bed. Make you go to bed. Bucky. Go to bed. Go to bed. Who wants to be a good boy and go to bed? Because if you do, you get tummy scritches. I'll scritch your tummy. I'll give you a tummy rub. You want to go to bed? You want to go to bed? You know, when you talk like this, you sound like BB just a tad bit. Oh, yeah, you gotta use the BB voice on the bikini. Just splash damage. Hi, Weishi. Hi. Weishi. How are you? Collateral damage. Female authority figure. First off, that isn't fair. First off, I don't care. Bitch, life ain't fair. And neither am I. You just played D&D. Did you guys have fun playing D&D? D&D is so much fun. It's so much fun. I've been playing Pathfinder. Oh no, Elle. You've dropped it. Elle's dropped the nuke. She dropped it. I hope you're all prepared.
There you go.
I hope you enjoyed that. There's some murder in the chat. Come on, let me see let me... Safe to say, I was not prepared. I love that. I love that. Thank you, Elle.
Pathfinder 1 and 2. I was playing Pathfinder that was based off 3.5 D&D. But I've been playing Pathfinder, the video game. The one on Steam.
As long as you know it's coming. Was it an ada of desperation?
No. That was an ada of Elle requested it. Yes, the ones of modding. It's only when she doesn't know, when I all of a sudden give her that surprise ada.
And then she's like, oh, I'm dead. She's like, Pearl, how dare you, madam? I was not prepared for whatever the fuck was going on right there. You said good girl, and you made an ada, and it was all... Welcome aboard, Butterbuns, to the SS Outerworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Also, hey, I run a Pathfinder game. I only play a Pathfinder game. I can't DM for shit. My brain's too ADD. I'm like, okay, here's all the things about the world I know. Everything else, I'm like, I'll get to it. Also, Butterbuns, I like your name. You know, that butters my buns. That butters my biscuits. It's a cute name. You have an adorable name. You get a kiss. If I DM the campaign blend, the full extension, minutes. If I DM'd, I would get lost on so many tangents. Pearl Plush win someday. It's one of the things I want. I want a Pearl Plush someday. I don't know when it will happen, but someday. I want it for me. 90% of merch I want for me. I mean, you guys could buy it too or whatever, you know, later on in life. We need a marketable plush. We need, honestly, we need one of those. We need one of these right here. The like little sailor right there. Yeah. Tangents are good. Only math-wise. We got tangential equations. Oh my god, that was a math joke. Full sailor otter. Yes, I love it. Obtuse, you're cute. I don't know. I'm feeling like a little right angle. Hello. We're doing well today. We were reading Pride and Prejudice. And I think we'll go back in a little bit about it. But we did get build an otter like build a bear. Oh man, that would be so cute. Also, thank you so much, cute little sword up for the stretchy stretch. This bitch saw so sleazy. More like she saw so sleazy. Also, thank you so much, Ira Morty, for the Atawatata. Alright. Now, where were we? I had to find out. Mrs. Bingley made no answer, and soon afterwards she got up and walked around her room. The figure was elegant, and she walked up well, but Darcy, at whom was all aimed, was inflexibly studious in desperation of her feelings. She resolved on one effort more, turning on to Elizabeth and said, Miss Eliza Bennet, let me persuade you to follow my example. Take a turn about the room. I assure you it's very refreshing after sitting in one's attitude. I she at A2 on my B2 till I C2. Man, you know what? I did not think that I would have to deal with math jokes today. It just doesn't add up. You guys really make me subtracted to what I'm doing. But you all seem to multiply. Oh, the bucko. I dropped out of college and became a computer guy. Welcome back. Hola. Holax. Welcome back. I was gonna be a marine biologist. Instead, I'll become anime girl on the internet. But honestly, cute anime girl though. I wish I could type in quadratic in games. Twitch cat. You know what? If I made a quadratic equation joke, it would turn into an aquatic equation. And every answer would be C. You keep giving me more reasons to like you. What's your favorite sea creature? The sea otter. But if I had to put that over there to the side, I would probably have to say that I'm a fan of a grouper. I think they're funny. They're like ugly little fish, but they're also really aggressive. It's like, nah, man, sharks won't fuck with you, but you want to see most aggressive like fish ever? It's fucking grouper. Boo. I'm divided whether I accept these mad jokes. These are less than stellar. Look, groupers are like really, they're stupid looking. They're so dumb and ugly. They're cute. Also, they taste good. If you're a sea otter, why do you need glasses to read?
So I can see you better, Bucky.
Also, yes, I like cuttlefish. They're also very cute. I like crabs too, but that's more for my tummy and less for like, adorable. I am utterly not surprised you love sea otters. You couldn't tell. Cuttlefish have W-shaped pupils. I also think that the blue-ringed octopus is also a very interesting creature, and the fact that it's so small, but it's also very, very venomous, and that if it got angry at you, and it would kill you, that he would go into paralytic shock. I play card games. Ironically, carry a cancellation crustacean. It's like Crab said no. Can I just say I like your voice and your scene motif? Thank you. I appreciate it. Kill more. It's very nice. Thank you. Many deep creatures should fold us. No 1v1. It's true. It's true. Also, thank you for the hug. Kisses for you. So no bad dreams, and everybody gets a hug. Everybody's getting a hug. Oh goodness! Oh goodness! Welcome everybody. Hi, yes. Hello everyone. Welcome. My name is Pearl, Sea Otter Sea Captain VTuber. Did you have your fun birthday day? Yes. Yes. It was your birthday stream, right? I was pretty sure. Welcome everybody. Also, hi BB. Hello. We were reading Prejudice 10K celebration. Okay, so that's what it was. I thought that everybody was having a birthday lately. I'm just like, oh, it's everybody's birthday. But congratulations on the 10K. Congratulations, Pachi. Welcome. Hope you guys sit back, relax, and enjoy yourself and have a lovely time. If you need to get something to eat, something to drink, or would like to go to bed, feel free to do so. I hope you have a wonderful night, and everybody gets kisses. Also, I see Sylvie. Can we shout out to Sylvie, please? Mwah. 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 All right. And now back to the reading because I got distracted again. Here we go. Elizabeth was surprised, but agreed to it immediately. Miss Bingley succeeded no less in the real object of her civility. Mr. Darcy looked up. He was as much awake to the novelty of the attention in that quarter as Elizabeth herself could be, and unconsciously closed his book. He was directly invited to join their party, but he declined it, observing that he would imagine but the two motives for their choosing to walk up and down the room together, with either of which motives his joining them would interfere. What could he mean? She was dying to know what could be his meaning, and asked Elizabeth whether she could at all understand him. Not at all, was her answer,
but depending on he means to be severe on us, and ours suggest a way of disapproving him will be to ask nothing about it. Miss Bingley, however, was incapable of disappointing Mr. Darcy in anything, and persevered therefore in requiring an explanation of his two motives. "I have not the smallest objective into explaining them," said he as soon as she allowed him to speak. "You either choose this method of passing the evening because you are in each other's confidence and have secret affairs to discuss, or because you are conscious that your figures appear to be the greatest advantage in walking. If the first, I would be completely in your ways, and if the second, I can admire you much better if I sit here by the fire."
Can I get a shout out for Kill? Kurame Kira? I do look cute in glasses. Obviously, I should be an otter librarian. Thank you, thank you. Mwah. Mwah.
So many shout-outs. There's so many people. Such a cute owl.
Wait, what owl? There ain't no owl. There's an otter. There's two of them.
When on land, otter librarian.
Look, it's something.
Wouldn't mind otter owl collab.
Absolutely not. We do not mind. We want it. We want it to happen. So do otters live in forests?
This otter is your squatter.
That otter is, he's my emotional support otter. I need him when I was scared earlier during Big Raid. You did bring many friends. I live in the ocean. That's where sea otters live. But, coastal librarian is not a bad problem.
That Shondo raid hit different.
It was very big. I was very scared.
I was like,
I am utterly adorable. Thank you. Elle likes to call me Adora Pearl. Just because it's my Pearl Snow favorite. But you guys always make me, be like, aw, shucks.
I agree with both puns. It seems like a wonderful time. Another.
I love the fact that Mr. Darcy, knows that Mrs. Bingley is up to shit and is like, "Come now, Elizabeth, let's walk around the room." And when it happened, when the walking is, he's like, closes his book and goes, "Either you are talking about secrets or you're trying to make it known about the fact that you be banging, like your bodies be banging right now." And I can first one, I don't want to know. And the second one, I can admire you much better for where I'm sitting right here. And it's just like, you really are the number one in Hydra Lutis. Oh man, they always say it's Lutis, except that it's not.
Or was it the house joke about lupus where it's like,
oh man, it's never Lutis.
except for the one time it was.
Hello, Dubro Pride. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. We are reading Pride and Prejudice. So there's some scratching, there's some page turning, and an occasional tappity 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 with what we are doing today. And of course, me reading a very British accent to the Pride and Prejudice itself. Yeah, I like the fact that he was like,
I can roll with both as a possibility. You do what you want. Because he was like, I have not the smallest objective. You just go. Enjoy yourself.
"Oh, shocking!" cried Miss Bingley. "I've never heard anything so abominable. How shall we punish him for such a speech?" "Nothing so easy if you have but the inclination," said Elizabeth. "We can all plague and push one another, tease him, laugh at him.
Intimate as you were, you must know how it is to be done. But upon my honour, I do not. I do not assure you that my intimacy has not yet taught me that. Tense calmness of manner and presence of mind. No, no, I feel that he may defy us there. And as to laughter, we will not expose ourselves, if you please, by attempting to laugh without a subject. My Mr. Darcy may hang himself. Mr. Darcy is not to be laughed at, cried Elizabeth. It is an uncommon advantage, and uncommon I hope it will continue, for it would be a great loss to me to have such acquaintances that I dearly love a laugh. Miss Bingley, said he, has given me more credit than I can be. The wisest and the best of men, nay, the wisest and the best of their actions, may be rendered unto ridiculous by a person whose first object in life is a joke. Certainly, replied Elizabeth, there are such people, but I hope I am not one of them. I hope I shall never ridicule what is wise and good. Follies and nonsense, whims and inconsistencies do divert me, I own, and I laugh at them whenever I can. But these, I suppose, are precisely what you are without. Perhaps it is not possible for anyone, but it has been a study of my life to avoid those weaknesses which often expose a strong understanding to ridicule, such as vanity and pride. Yes, vanity is a weakness indeed, but pride, where there is a real superiority of mind, pride will always be under good regulation. Elizabeth turned away to hide a smile. Your examination of Mr. Darcy is over, I presume, said Miss Bingley, and pray, what is the result? Darcy might be a butt, but he knows up.
Yeah, we're chilling and being educational. Look, you are being educated in English by me through this book and through the comfy. Does that mean you're learning through comphmosis? Instead of learning through water, it's comphmosis. Let's see. I am perfectly convinced that that Mr. Darcy has no defect. He owns it to himself and without disguise.
No, said Darcy, I have made no such presentation. I have faults enough, but they are not, I hope, of the understanding. My temper I dare not vouch for. It is, I believe, too little yielding, certainly too little for the convenience of the world. I cannot forget the follies and vices of others so soon as I ought, nor their offences against myself. My feelings are not puffed about with every attempt to move them. My temper perhaps is what you read calling resentful. My good opinion, once lost, is lost forever. That is a failing indeed, cries Elizabeth. Implacable. Resentment is a shade of character, but you have chosen your fault well. I cannot laugh at it. You are safe from me.
The term comphmosis hydrosis. Comphmosis hydrosis. I have to edit my Twitter and say my first object in life is a joke. Just, be like, credit, Jane Austen. Pride and Prejudice. Mr. Darcy.
There is, I believe, in every disposition a tendency to some particular evil, a natural defect, which not even the best education can overcome. And your defect is to hate everybody. And yours, he replied with a smile, is a wilfully to misunderstand them. Do let us have some music, cried Mrs. Bingley, tired of the conversation of which she had no share. Louisa, will you not mind my walking, Mr. Hurst? Her sister had not the smallest objection, and the pianoforte was opened, and Darcy, after a few moments' recollection, was not sorry for it. He began to feel the danger of paying Elizabeth a little too much attention. Chapter 12. In consequence of an agreement between the sisters, Elizabeth wrote the next morning to their mother to beg that the carriage might be sent for them in the course of the day. But Mrs. Bennet, who had calculated on her daughters remaining at Netherfield till the following Tuesday, which would exactly finish Jane's week, could not bring herself to receive them with pleasure before. Her answer, therefore, was not propitious, and at least not to Elizabeth's wishes, for she was impatient to get home. Mrs. Bennet sent them a word that they could not possibly have the carriage before Tuesday, and that her postscript, it was added, that if Mr. Bingley and his sisters pressed them to stay longer, she could spare them that very well. Against staying longer, however, Elizabeth was positively resolved, nor did she much expect that she would be asked, and fearful, on the contrary, as being considered and intruding themselves needlessly long, she urged Jane to borrow Mr. Bingley's carriage immediately, and at length it was settled that the original design of leaving Netherfield that morning should become to mention, and the request made. The communication excited many professors of the concern, and enough was said of wishing them to stay, but at least the following day to work on Jane. Until the morrow their going was deferred. Miss Bingley was then sorry that she proposed the delay, for her jealousy and dislike of one sister much exceeded her affection for the other. The master of the house heard with real sorrow that they were to go soon, and repeatedly tried to persuade Mrs. Bennet that it would not be safe for her, and that she was not yet enough recovered. But Jane was firm where she felt herself to be right. To Mr. Darcy it was a welcome intelligence. Elizabeth had been at Netherfield long enough. She attracted him more than he liked. Mrs. Bentley was uncivil to her, and more teasing than usual to himself. He wisely resolved to be particularly careful that no sign of admiration should now escape him. Nothing that could elevate her with the hope of influencing his felicity. Sensible that, if such an idea had been suggested, his behavior during the last day must have a marital weight in confirming or crushing in it. Steady to his purpose, he scarcely spoke 10 words to her throughout the whole of Saturday, and though they were at one time left by themselves for half an hour, he adhered most conscientiously to his book, and would not even look at her. On Sunday, after morning service, separation, so agreeable to almost all, took place. Mrs. Bingley's civility to Elizabeth increased, at least very rapidly, as well as her affection for Jane. And when they parted, after assuring the latter of the pleasure it would always give to see her either at Longbourn or Netherfield, and embracing her most tenderly, she even shook hands with the former, Elizabeth took leave of the whole party in the liveliest of spirits. They were not welcomed home very cordially by their mother. Mrs. Bennet wondered at their coming, and thought them very wrong to give so much trouble, and was sure Jane would have caught a cold again. But her father thought very laconic in his expression of the pleasure. He was glad to see them. He had felt their importance in the family circle. The evening conversation, that when they were all assembled, had lost much of its animation, and almost all its sense by the absence of Jane and Elizabeth. They found Mary, as usual, deep in study of thorough baths of human nature, and had some excites to admire, and some new observations of threadbare morality to listen to. Catherine and Lydia had information for them on the different sort. Much had been done, and much been said in the regiment since the preceding Wednesday. Several of the officers had dined lately with their uncle. A private had been flogged, and it had actually been hinted that Colonel Foster was going to be married.
Also, welcome officially, XX to Bro Pride XX to the SS Otter Willie Traveler. Please, verification. Thank you so much for follow. Goodbye, Donda King. There you go. I hope that you have a lovely night and that you sleep well. Chapter 13. I think we'll be able to finish Chapter 13. Maybe get to Chapter 14.
I hope, my dear. Excuse me. I hope, my dear, said Mr. Bennet to his wife, as they were at breakfast the next morning, that you have ordered a good dinner today, because I have reason to expect an addition to our family party. What do you mean, my dear? I know of nobody that's coming. I am sure unless Sila Lucas should happen to call in, and I do hope my dinners are good enough for her. I do not believe she often seeks such. No, the person who I'm speaking is a gentleman and a stranger. Mrs. Bennet's eyes sparkled. A gentleman and a stranger. It's Mr. Bingley. I am sure, well, should be extremely glad to see Mr. Bingley, but good Lord, how unlucky. There's not a bit of fish to be gotten today. Lydia, my love, ring the bell. I must speak to this Hilletner at this moment. It's not Mr. Bingley, said her husband. It's a person whom I never saw in the whole course of my life.
This roused a general astonishment, that he had the pleasure of being eagerly questioned by his wife and his 5 daughters at once. After amusing himself some time with the curiosity, he thus explained. About a month ago I received a letter, and about a fortnight ago I answered it, and for the thought of the case of some delicacy, and requiring early attention, it was from my cousin, Mr. Collins, who, when I am dead, may turn you all out of this house as soon as he pleases.
Oh, my dear, cried his wife, I cannot bear hear that mentioned. Pray do not talk of that odious man. I do not think this is the hardest thing in the world, that you stay to be entailed away from your own children. I am sure if I had been you, I should have tried long ago to do something or other about it.
Jane and Elizabeth tried to explain to her that the nature of an entail, that they had often attempted to do so before, but it was a subject on which Mrs. Bennet was beyond the reach of reason, and she continued to rail bitterly against the cruelty of setting an estate away from a family of 5 daughters in favor of a man who nobody cared anything about.
It is certainly the most inquidious affair, said Mr. Bennet, and nothing can make clear of Mr. Collins from the guilt of inheriting Longbourn. But you will listen to his letter, and you may not perhaps be a little softened by his manner of expressing itself.
No, I am sure that I shall not, and I shall think it very impertinent of him to write to you at all, very hypocritical. I hate such false friends. Why could he not just keep on quarrelling with you as his father did before him?
Why, indeed, he does seem to have some filial scruples on the head, as you will hear.
Yeah, we're reading book. We are reading Pride and Prejudice. Welcome, Ward. Blooping her well to the SS Untitled Chapter. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you guys so much for the follows. I appreciate it.
Hudson Fort, near Westernham, Kent, in the 15th of October. Dear Sir, the disagreements subsisting between yourself and my late honoured father always gave me such uneasiness, and since I have had the misfortune to lose him, I have frequently wished to heal the branch, but for some time I was kept back to my own doubts, fearing lest it might seem disrespectful to his memory for me to be on good terms with anyone whom it always pleased him to be at variance. There, Mrs. Bennet. My mind, however, is one that is now made up on the subject, for, having received an ordination at Easter, I have been so fortunate as to be distinguished by the patronage of the Right Honourable Lady Catherine de Bow, widow of Sir Lewis de Bow, whose bounty and benevolence has preferred me a valuable rectory of his parish. There it shall be my earnest endeavour to demean myself with grateful respect towards her ladyship, and be ever ready to perform those rites and ceremonies which are instructed by the Church of England. As a clergyman, moreover, I feel my duty to promote and establish the blessing peace of all families within reach of my influence, and those in the ground I flatter myself at the present overtures are highly commendable, and that the circumstance of my being next to enthrall the Longbourn estate, kindly overlooked by your side, and not led you to reject the offered olive branch, I cannot be otherwise concerned that the being means indulging your amiable daughters, and beg to leave the apologize for us as well, to assure you of my readiness to make them every possible amends. But of this hereafter I should have no object to receive me into your house. I propose myself satisfaction in waiting upon you and your family Monday Saturday, November the 18th, by the 4 o'clock, and shall trespass on your hospitality till the Saturday evening the following, which I can do without any inconvenience, as Lady Catherine is far from objecting to my occasional absence on Sunday, providing that some other clergyman is engaged to do the duty of the day. I remain, dear sir, respectful compliments to your lady and your daughters, and your well-wishers and friend, William Collins. The word Hussenford was way funnier to me than it should have been.
Basically, goodness. Welcome aboard, Kusahara, Melonlore, to the SS Automatic Traveler. Please, verification. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. So, essentially, he is attempting to make an olive branch, but like literally in kind of the shittiest way possible. Mr. Collins is like, first of all, my father's dead, and normally I would not try to mend the fences because, he hates you and you hate him, and so I should hate you. But you have something I need. And he would like to be like, oh, look how great it is that I have, the Lady Catherine de Bow has given me my own parish and all of this. Oh, yes, look how eligible I am. Here's the thing. This bitch is coming in saying that, oh, no, I'm going to make it up to you and your family and all that. This motherfucker, he just wants a wife. Mr. Collins just wants a wife because Lady Catherine de Bow has commented that you should have one. So, because he is like, literally, this woman's like lapdog. He's like, yes, Miss Catherine de Bow, I will get myself a wife. And obviously, it should be one of this household so that at least one of them should stay in the family. Right? So he goes and he tells him, oh, I'm going to be going to your house on this date, to this date. Yeah, he doesn't ask them if he can come. No, he's decided that basically, because he's going to eventually own this house, to just show up and tell them, I'm going to be here this date, from this date, and that is it. He is literally the worst guy. He is such an incredulous ass. Order.
So this asshat get a knife to the ribs. Yes, present your girls to me. I shall decide one of them shall be my wife.
Well, we'll see how that it works out for him. It won't. Thank you so much for the stretchy stretch, dude, bro, pride. Pop my neck. Felt good. Good stretch.
At the 4 o'clock, however, we expect his peacemaking gentleman, said Mr. Bennet, as he folded the letter. He seems to be most conscientious, polite young man, upon my word, and I doubt not I will be able to provide valuable acquaintance, especially if Lady Catherine should be so indulgent as to let him to come to us again. There is some sense in what he says about the girls, however, and he is disposed to make them any amends. I shall not be the person to discourage him.
Though it is difficult, said Jane, to guess what he wants in the way that he means to make us atonement he thinks that is our due, the wish is certainly to his credit. Elizabeth, chiefly struck by an extraordinary deference for the Lady Catherine, and his kind intention of christening, marrying, and burying his parishioners whenever he liked it required. He must be an oddity, I think, she said. I cannot make him out. There is something very pompous in his style. And what can you mean by apologizing for being in an entail? We cannot suppose that he could help it if he could. Could he be a sensible man, sir? No, my dear, I think not. I have great hopes of finding him quite the reverse. There's a mixture of civility and self-importance in his letter which promises well. I am impatient to see him. "In a point of composition," said Mary, "the letter does seem defective. The idea of the olive branch perhaps not wholly new, yet I think is well expressed. To Catherine and Lydia, neither the letter nor its writer were in any degree interesting. It was next to impossible that their cousin should come to them in a scarlet coat, and it is now some weeks since they've received the pleasure from the society of a man in any other colour. As for their mother, Mrs. Collins's letter had done away with much of her ill will, and she was preparing to see him with a degree of composure which astonished her husband and her daughters."
Okay, that was adorable. What was adorable? Me stretching? Me stretching? Yeah, we were talking about Mr. Collins and how he basically says, yeah, you know, I'm gonna make it up to your daughters, you know, about them not being able to live here anymore by making one of them my wife. Like, that's not a prize I want. Yes, the stretch. It was getting all the anime out of your joints. Extra stretchy.
So yeah, that's when we were talking about present your women to be deflowered.
Shut up and get wifed. Weishi, you offering? Oh no, you were talking about Mr. Collins.
I was like, it's like they're being like, wait a minute, Weishi, you offering?
I thought he was talking about me. I'm stupid.
No. No. Wait, are you talking about Mr. Collins or are you talking about me? I'm too much new here to think about making a joke like that. Build her up, just knock her down. It's okay. Elle, shut up and get wifed. I'm offering. Well, thank you, Elle. I appreciate it. Wait, she shall be Pearl's wife. Shut up and get wife. Does that mean you're gonna be my wife she instead of way she? Oh my god. God damn it. Oh man. He's gonna be smoldering. Pros can read, text, and T puns could bite you to death. Could and would bite you to death.
The otter's gonna wear the pants in this family. The sad part is, I'm not wearing pants. Rory, so we were talking about
Mr. Collins being like, present your daughters, one of them should be my wife. And then all of a sudden,
does that mean none of us are allowed pants? I mean, you can have pants, but I'm not gonna wear pants. Pants are an illusion. Have a dress instead. Shorts gang. Ain't wearing no pants. Only bloomers. Only little bloomers, little pumpkin pants.
I mean, I'm okay with the dress.
Yeah, you can wear the dress. We can all wear the dress. Hashtag pumpkin pants. The only good kind of pants.
No, not the bloomers.
I like the little pumpkin pants. The little pumpkin pants bloomer that has like little ruffles. They're so cute. They're cute. They're cutie for my booty.
I don't think we all fit into the same dress.
It could be a muumuu.
You guys can wear a muumuu. It's fine.
Those things are like, you know, circus tents. You could fit like a whole ring in there.
I mean, they just don't expose them.
How is it possible somebody be this cute? Fuck final man. All I know is I have a license.
I went to the cuties. I went to the DMV. It's the QDMV for the cutie license. And it said, oh, fuck, man, I guess.
Okay. Here we go. So we're gonna finish. We're gonna finish this chapter.
We're gonna finish the chapter 14. Mr. Collins was punctual in his time, and was received with great politeness by the whole family. Mr. Bennet, indeed, said little, but the ladies were ready enough to talk, and Mr. Collins seemed neither in need of the encouragement nor inclined to be silent himself. He was a tall and heavy-looking man of 25. His air was grave and stately, and his manners were very formal. He had not been long seated before he had complimented Miss Bennet on having such a fine family of daughters, and said that he had heard much of their beauty, but in the instant fame had fallen short of the truth, and added that he did not doubt her seeing them all due time disposed of in marriage. This gallantry was not much to the taste of some of his hearers, but Mrs. Bennet, who quarrelled with no compliments, answered most readily, "You are very kind, I'm sure, but I wish with all my heart to prove it so, for else they will be destined enough. Things are settled so oddly." "You allude, perhaps, to the entail of the estate?" "Ah, sir, I do indeed. It is a grievous affair for my poor girls. You must confess, not that I mean to find fault with you for such things. I know that you are all chances in this world, that there is not knowing how estates will go once they have come to be entitled. I am very sensible, ma'am, of the hardships to my fair cousins, and I could say much on the subject, but I am cautious of peering forward and precipitate. But I can assure the young ladies I have come prepared to remind them. At present, I will not say more, but perhaps, when we are better acquainted—" He was interrupted by the summons to dinner, and the girls smiled on each other. They were not the only objects of Mr. Collins' admiration. The hall, the dining-room, and all of its furniture were examined and praised, and his commendation of everything would have touched Mrs. Bennet's heart, if not for the mortifying supposition of viewing all his future property. The dinner, too, in its turn, was highly admired, and he begged to know which of his fair cousins the excellency of his cooking was owing, but he was set right there by Mrs. Bennet, who assured him with some asperity that they were able to keep a good cook, and her daughters had nothing to do in the kitchen. He begged pardon for having displeased her. In a softened tone he declared himself not at all offended, but he continued to apologize for about a quarter of an hour.
Alright, chapter 14, and it is midnight. It is midnight. It is time for us to raid another person for more comfy cuteness. Alright, we gotta find out who we be raiding today. Who is we raiding? I will get myself something to eat. Also, welcome aboard, J. Blaze Kip, to the SS Auto Relay Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you guys so much for all of the follows. You know what? I think Pandora is doing ASMR. So, you know what? We are gonna go raid Pandora for her subathon. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I appreciate all of the raids. So, we are going to raid Pandora because it says ASMR. Pandora. So hopefully this is good. Thank you for all the kisses. Thank you for all the stuff. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Wait.
Why is the raid not going through? God damn it.
/raid. Is it because I can't spell? Is it because I'm stupid? I can read, but I can't spell. Okay, Control V. There we go. There we go. And it is going to be a, for their subathon. So we'll do a Pearl of Peekaboo. Auto raid. Sleepy Sailors ahead. Our Sleepy Sailors boarding. And another Pearl of Peekaboo, which you can unlock with the power of your Pearl points.
I'm sorry, Mr. Turtle. I'm sorry. But it's time for me to go to bed and get food. Get num-nums. So, Sailor's boarding for Pandora. And I hope you guys wish her... Oh, wait. She stopped doing ASMR. Fuck. End raid. End raid. She stopped doing it. Okay. Somebody needs to tell her to switch the thing. Damn it. Abort. Abort. We aborted. We aborted. You just got here. Yeah. Oop, you muppet. It's not my fault. She said ASMR in her thing. I'm not subbed right now, so I didn't see it. Well, Mascata and Ikumi is doing it. You know what? We'll raid Mascata X instead. There we go. We fixed it. We fixed it. Damn it. Abandon hope, all ye who are here. So instead, we're going to raid Mascata X. Same thing. Same stuff. Same stuff. Just different person. But thank you guys so much for hanging out and letting me read you Jane Austen. Next snooze cruise will be sound triggers. So it's going to be like all instruments. We have a Tibetan singing bowl. We've got the kalimba. We've got the frogs and the tambourine and like little wooden instruments and stuff. So that's what's going to be for next Saturday night snooze cruise. And of course, you know, singing, soft singing. That's what we're going to be doing. And maybe for me to learn how to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star on the kalimba again. But this has been a lot of fun. And thank you guys so much for hanging out. And I have had such a good time to read and just talk about Jane Austen novels and explain to you guys what the fuck's going on, because a lot of this is very British and very old, and the dialogue is a little confusing and a little heavy-handed, but it is fun. I have been your Sea Otter Seeds captain, and I hope to see you guys again soon. So, bye-bye. Bye-bye.